got good news for you. He will be back tomorrow, and we're as happy as you are about that.
Back from his trip.
Back from his trip. Little vacay.
Go watch this boy play ball. It's good, and it just so happens to be at a beach.
That's right.
So it worked out.
That magical voice you're hearing now is the real Greg Burgess. Little man's got him a haircut and a new purple shirt on.
How you like it? Hey, I've got a run of shirts. Lisa's ordered me some shirts. So she'll do that, which is good. She always picks good shirts.
That is a fantastic shirt.
She'll be like, "Oh, Greg, you need some clothes." And my birthday's coming up, so you can claim us for my birthday.
Now you did just take it right out of the wrapper or something.
I threw it in the dryer. It didn't help.
Which is fine. I do that too.
I know. I tried to get the wrinkles out. I threw it in the dryer.
Speaking of shirts, this is 14 days in a row work days where I have wore a different shirt.
But the same underwear.
No, Greg. I rotate that.
You did. You came out with this challenge.
I did.
What is you're just going to see how far you can go, or do you have a set number?
My wife, Miss Amanda, got a little frustrated with me wearing the pullovers every day.
So
she said, first of all,
you threw the challenge out.
She said, first of all, it's summer and you need to stop wearing so many pullovers.
I got to agree with her there.
Yeah. And I tried to explain to her that it's chilly in this building, and that's the reason I do it.
Yeah, but it gives a false look when people are watching the show and they go, "It's summer. Why is Ham's got a neck?"
I know. So I said, "I tell you what,
toboggan."
And I do. I like the shirt you're wearing today. Love that shirt. Like that color. That's a really good shirt. I've got tons of shirts like that I never wear.
I mean, we got the same brand.
We do have the same brand on today.
Mm-hmm. And this is a golf shirt. I always make fun of Speedy look like he's dressed as a golfer.
I know.
I mean, when it says on the tag that it's made out of materials to help when you swing.
Will you eat lunch when you make the turn today, or wait till after your round?
I'm gonna wait till after.
Okay. So
just okay. Well, I told you yesterday if I had one wish of something I could be really good at, that would be golf.
It was. I like that one-on-one with Greg.
Yeah.
Hope you did as well. If you didn't
eat it,
go back and listen on the podcast. We just spent a segment getting to know Greg a little bit. Had some little weird questions for him.
They were weird.
Something else as far as the shirts go. So I've been doing two things. I've been wearing a different shirt, and I got to tell you, I'm running out. Okay, so
14 days.
I'm running out of things to wear.
If I tried to get 14 days, I would be pulling out some stuff. You'd be going, Greg. I saw that back in 2008 when you first came to the show. I still have them. I'm sure I'll still wear them sometimes. We got the pictures that rotate. When we go to commercials, and I look up, and it'll be from 12 years ago, and I have the same shirt on.
Well, something else I've been doing is Fishing Shirt Friday.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Well, today's Thursday, so you're not going to see a fishing shirt, but tomorrow you will, and I got a new one. I had a listener. Actually, he is a listener of the show, but he's actually he's from Mississippi, and he's actually a part of a Bible study that I do on Thursdays, and via Zoom. And he sent my son and myself a fishing shirt, and I got to tell you, I like it a lot. It's a little different than the ones that I've been wearing.
Don't like it?
No, Greg, I didn't say that at all. Love the shirt, by the way.
And is it more flashy?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about style?
The style's the same. Long sleeve. That
is it a pullover or button up?
It's a long sleeve. It doesn't have buttons.
Yeah.
So it's that performance material, but a little different look. So I can't wait to wear that tomorrow. Fired up. Nearly wore today early, and I thought, no, Helms, it's Thursday. You can't do this. It's not Fishing Shirt Friday.
There you go.
So we'll have Fishing Shirt Friday tomorrow. Thank you, Brent, for that in Mississippi. And Speedy will be back.
Speedy will be back. Now, I don't think he'll be wearing a fishing shirt. Maybe. I don't know. Does he have on something with like Myrtle Beach? Or no, he wouldn't do that. What if he had an airbrush shirt that said, Speedy loves Terry? Like back in the 80s when everybody go to the beach and get there, and their girlfriend would force them to get that on their shirt when they really didn't want to because their buddies were going to make fun of them.
As always, we want you to be a part of this show this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner are here this morning. There's your interns. Back. They're on deck and ready for your calls. We'll spend a little time with the winner this hour.
We're gonna give him another shot. So what we're trying to do, he's trying to learn. He writes jokes.
Yes,
and he's done a few of them, and they're not bad.
Yeah, the guy hosts.
So we'll see today.
He hosts a show on his college campus.
Yeah,
and so he has that comfortable ability. You saw it in the interview. I mean, he does a really good job. But when it comes to things like this, he's not as polished as he needs to be, and we'll help him with that. And I something tells me you're going to be a little rough on him today.
Yeah, I'm a little edgy today, maybe. Now,
is it the haircut or the
shirt?
shirt?
Says she's going to sing the national anthem to get the show started. So we're ready for that. She gave me the thumbs up. So it's a big day.
Well, Greg, I don't want you to go too hard on him today.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be gentle.
And I really don't. He told us earlier. I sent him a text last night, and I said, hey, because the winner can step up and do pretty much anything. Okay. I think he's stepping in and helping Adler on some things Friday.
Yeah.
So I knew he wouldn't be accessible.
Hope he's better at that than his jokes.
Greg.
Well, I'm just saying.
See, this is the kind of attitude I'm talking
Well, I want to
about.
put a little pressure on him. It's good for him.
He'll be inaccessible on Friday because of that. So I thought, let's take advantage of this today. I sent him a text last night, and I said, hey, have some content ready for tomorrow. The winner, of course, gave me a thumbs up. He was bright and early. You said he was in a bad mood when he got here.
He was.
I didn't pick up on that.
I think he was mad at you.
And you're observant on things. You said he likes to wear stripes.
He does. He likes horizontal stripes. What's wrong with that?
I can't wear her. I got them on today, but I can't really wear them. I don't like that look. I like a plain.
Yeah. You old plain Jane.
Yeah,
but
again, I ran out of things.
I was saying,
so I had to
for
go
the street,
horizontal. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So what about a horizontal fishing shirt? Laugh at that.
Don't have that. And you're going to make fun of the shirt, okay? You are. But I like it. But I like it a lot.
I knew there's something about it.
But I like it a lot. Well, I said it's different.
So you ruined it.
Greg, you make fun of everything.
No, I do
so
not. That's not true.
I know you're going to make fun of it. Greg,
why would I make
true.
fun of it? Is it pink or something?
No.
Well, then it'll be fine.
Not that it would be if it was.
You
pink.
got that one looks like somebody just threw paint all over you.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, I didn't make fun of it.
Started to wear it today, and that was the one I pulled out. I'm like,
you talking about on abstract?
That's it. That is my favorite.
Well, you would have broke the streak because you wore it Friday.
I know. That's why I didn't, Greg.
Okay.
I'm running out. Guys, I think it's a pretty good run that I've gone. That tomorrow will mark 15 days.
I think you're going to make it to 20.
Well, see, I set this up so that next week we're doing best ofs. We're off.
Oh, that's true.
Don't know if you know that, audience, or not, but we're off next week.
Yeah,
that's our 4th of July week, so you'll have best ofs from Greg, Speedy, and myself. But I knew that was it would be. I timed it. I'm a planner. I timed it down to the 15 days. So what I'm hoping is in the best of week, I get me a couple new golf shirts and I can start rotating them.
Yeah, bring them back.
That's
when
the
we come
plan.
back live.
That's the plan.
Okay, that'll work.
All right, when we come back,
shirt.
Real quick, we're going to hit some sports headlines. I'm not going to dig into that because we don't do that a lot. But then I have a question for you in regards to video games.
Video games.
Yep.
Okay.
How about that?
I'm not really an expert, but I'm in.
Well, I got a question for you. Come back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes after the hour, as you just heard, Vandy survives in a wild finish, a wild pitch.
And a very wild pitch.
Yes, it was. Got away from him.
Way big time.
Now, you saw this. You stayed
Oh,
up.
I missed that. I saw a lot of the game, and Vandy trailed the whole game. And I finally I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
But then I heard this morning how it ended, and I'm like, wow.
So
I mean, he just let it get. I mean, way over the guy's head. I mean, man on third. I didn't realize there were nobody on, 2 out at one point in that inning. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
2 outs, nobody on.
2 outs, nobody on, and this happened. This unfolded.
Wow.
2 outs, nobody on, and
They
this
were 1 out
unfolded.
away.
1 out away.
Couldn't get it.
And so we normally don't give. Speedy's a huge college baseball fan, and we all enjoy college baseball. We don't give it a whole lot on this show just because there's so much sports out there to keep up with, and it's not a sports show. But
we'll talk about it.
But we got a huge part of our audience that are Vandy fans. We got a huge part of our audience that are Mississippi State fans.
True.
Huge part of our audience that are Tennessee Volunteer fans, and all three of those were in the College World Series.
Yep.
Tennessee has been eliminated, but Vandy survived last night, and then Mississippi State is still hanging on strong. They're 2-0.
That's right.
Did see this morning. 25 of the last 30 College World Series champs started off 2-0.
Okay.
So that is the Wolfpack of NC State and Mississippi State Bulldogs. Vandy has a loss.
Yeah.
So I believe I made the comment yesterday. It looks like Mississippi State and the Wolfpack are on a collision course, but we'll see. Vandy may have other plans for them. Today you have one game. It is an elimination game, and I think that's Texas and Vanderbilt. I think they got to go at it again.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And then tomorrow, which will be Friday the 25th. I'm sorry, Virginia and Texas play today in the elimination game. Virginia and Texas play today. Vandy and North Carolina State play tomorrow, Friday, and then Mississippi State plays the winner of Texas and Virginia.
That's right.
So
Okay.
that's how it shapes up there. Atlanta Hawks got the game one
Oh, the
last
Hawks.
night of the Eastern Conference Finals. Trae Young, 48 points. The only reason I even know this is because I was asleep for about an hour and a half. I heard the TV on. Something woke me up. I got up in my underwear, walked into the living room. My son was sitting there watching it. There was 5 seconds left on the clock. Hawks had the lead by 1 and the ball. Trae Young got fouled, hit his 2 free throws, and the Bucks couldn't capitalize on a 3-point attempt, and the Hawks get their first win there. The other sports news, and Greg and I were talking about this earlier today, NASCAR. Jeff Gordon is coming out of the booth, and he's going to be the number 2 guy, Hendrick.
Yes, you got Rick Hendrick, then you got Jeff Gordon as far as the power tree.
That's quite an executive team you have there.
Yeah, it must have. I think he had been involved, for years in a smaller role, but now, how about if you're stepping up to be the second charge in that organization, who are dominating right now, by the way, this year in NASCAR, and the Hendrick teams are rolling.
I hate it for race fans because he is awesome in the booth. I thought he was excellent.
Yeah, he did.
I thought he did a really good job.
Yep, he did.
All right, before we went to break, the last segment, I asked you I was going to ask you a video game question. So there is a farming video game that is so popular right now. Yes, that is so popular right now. People are paying to watch people play it.
Farming.
So my first question to you:
to watch people play games is weird to me too.
It is.
It goes on and generates a lot of money.
I don't have time to play games.
I'm not putting
much
it down.
less
More power
watch
to you.
someone play a game.
I don't know if I want to watch someone. I would like to play the game.
That's okay. So that's where I really wanted.
I know
to
they're going.
this.
Well, I'm learning tricks so I can get better.
Yeah,
I guess.
No, Greg, you're all over it. So farming. There's a farming simulator. I don't
get that. How's that a game?
Well, listen. This
plant
has
corn.
This one guy. He lives in Hazelhurst, Georgia. He may be listening for all I know. His full-time job is playing this farming game. Okay, gets paid for it.
What is?
Subscribers paying $5 a month just to watch him play this game. $5 a month. He has 40,000 people doing.
You got to be kidding me.
You can do the math on that. Okay?
Unreal.
And so what he's doing
to watch a man play a game,
full-time gig, Greg.
Well, yeah.
Listen, he gives tips while he's playing. He has a lot of interactions with the audience, and
look,
it's a huge learning experience for people that don't know anything about farming. And
about actual farming?
Yes.
How
so
do you have a game about farming? That's
Greg,
got to be boring.
Listen, it covers a lot of ground. It includes buying equipment, choosing crops, plowing, planting, fertilizing, harvesting, raising livestock. So this
What, you go around and throw hay out?
Well, Greg, I don't know. I don't think it's that.
I can't see how that would be. Well, boy, next people lining up to pay $5 to watch this guy so they can get better at it.
Well, and
how do you win? Your crop comes in.
I'll tell you how
the beetles don't eat it.
I'll tell you how he wins. Those
I know how he
subscribers.
wins. Yeah,
That's how
I'm
he
talking
wins.
about the game. What is I don't get the game.
So
farming.
So here's the deal. So here's where I wanted to take it. So first of all, where are you at on video games? When is the last video game Greg Burgess has played?
Probably Madden, like 10 years ago, maybe.
And that was probably because your son maybe had it laying around at the house?
That has to be it. I like some of them war games. They were pretty fun. Call of Duty. Or it may not have been that. It was something like that. Those were pretty cool. Well, there was one that used to come out, and you would like fight in World War II and different stuff like that. And those were kind of that, but I'm talking about over 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now growing up, I was like, in my era, you had the arcade machines, Pac-Man and Space Invaders and Galaga and all that. And I used to love that. But again, I hadn't played that since I was probably, early 20s. So it's been a minute, but I will say this, and hey, it's America, and if you can make money doing whatever, do it. But that's a bizarro.
It is. I've
that people get paid to play a game.
Nintendo was big when I was growing up, but I didn't have one. I had to go to friends' houses, and it wasn't because we couldn't afford it. My parents just said, "Hey, you're not having we're not going to spend all our time playing video games." My parents were ahead of the game on that, and I appreciate them for that, because I would find myself in a situation over at a friend's house where I just couldn't. I love that Kung Fu game on
fun.
Nintendo, Double Dribble. Tecmo Bowl. That's the video game experience I started having as a kid.
It is fun. I just haven't really got in it. But look, once you get in that little
I've never got.
There, hard to get out
I know many adult. I've got some buddies that play Fortnite with their kids and enjoy it, and that's not for me. However, I do. I think if I could find the time, I think I would actually enjoy some of these games.
Farming.
I really do. I think this kind of game is right up my alley.
Well, I'll be honest. I would rather have that than one of them weird ones.
That's what I'm saying.
Farming's. I just can't see how farming's a game. I don't understand what your goal is.
It's a reality simulator. Is all it is.
Okay. Well, hey, I got to take my hat off to this cat. He's knocking down that kind of money playing a game. What about the pressure though to keep every day having to?
There's no pressure when you're making that kind of money.
But he got to be good and live up to the hype.
Yeah, it's a lot of farming. Of course, he's in the air conditioner while he's farming.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I wonder if he could really go out into a farm and actually.
And the conditions are always perfect.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
I don't know. Maybe that's part of the game. You have bad weather you deal with.
I'm gonna start playing a farming game. There it is.
I'm curious to see what it is. I really am.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, you are. 35 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. And it's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Barbecue Smoke Neck.
Smoke!
On those phones. Greg, who's got us this hour?
This segment of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at ChordBuddy.com. Big welcome to Travis Perry and his ChordBuddy team, the guys they've been here in the studio. How about this? With school out, if you want the kids to learn how to play the guitar or maybe even the ukulele, Hams, I'd like to see you play a little ukulele. Or maybe you're just interested in learning to play yourself. Well, right now, you get the absolute lowest price when you order at ChordBuddy.com. Now, you may recall ChordBuddy was on ABC Shark Tank. I mean, one of the sharks invested in it. I mean, it's a great thing.
I remember that.
Yeah, it really makes a great gift. Well, for less than $50, learn from the system that was voted number one. This is such a cool invention, and ChordBuddy will literally have you and your family or friends playing music in the very first day. If you can press a button, you're on your way to playing the guitar. Seriously, it's that simple. As you improve, you simply remove the cord-making buttons. It's kind of like training wheels on a bicycle, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you're playing the guitar. Get yours today at ChordBuddy.com. That's ChordBuddy.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Thank you, sir. Now 36 minutes after the hour. Well, about a month ago, we made the decision to bring back interns to the Rick and Bubba
Yes, we did.
studio, and it has been a joy. I'm thankful that they're back.
Yep.
And we have come across a few that are better than others over our period of time here. Let's just face it.
All these years.
You know, I can name about 5 on the top of my head that I'm like, man, those they got after it. They were really good. And not that the other ones were bad. There's just certain ones that stand out.
I can't think of a failure.
Right.
I don't think.
And
maybe I've purposely removed them from my mind, but
well,
I can't think of one.
And so because of that, you know, we had one this time that stood out in his interview, and it really caught us all off guard. And we named him the winner.
Which has a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure comes with it.
A lot of pressure. But I will say this, based off of what we did last week with his weekend update or weekend review or whatever it was a few weeks ago, there's still work to be done.
Well, look, it's all about learning.
And it is. Look, I don't have a clue over here what I'm doing, okay?
Look, now this
I'm
doesn't take
43,
away.
been in this a while.
That's right. It doesn't take away from the job he does. It's just this is just another little
And so we thought today, I'll tell you how much
got
of
a notebook.
I'll tell you how much of a winner he is, okay? He's filling in for Eddie Van Adler tomorrow.
Yeah.
He ain't been here 2 weeks. He's already filling in for TV.
Hey, no pressure there, buddy.
And, hey, I got to tell y'all, that's a complicated gig in there.
Yeah.
Okay? So that just tells you the depth that this guy has. But I think we got –
He said even a caveman could do it.
So welcome in the winner. How are you, sir?
Fired up.
You do have your notebook there.
What up, winner?
Hey, what's up?
So I want this to go smooth.
Ooh, a lot of writing on that page.
I know. So I got to know, is this something you put I texted him last night and I said, hey, bring in some content tomorrow. We'd like to interview you for a segment. He gave me a thumbs up, ready to go, because that's what winners do. Is that something you already had?
Yeah, so I've been working on.
I didn't throw you a big curve and you go like, man, I got to do something.
Is this
I was ready to go.
Thank you.
Is this the weekend update format again?
Well,
thank you, Greg.
I've got multiple things going on.
Okay, throw the multiple.
So I've got the weekend update. I got a few news stories, but I also I've got this thing up at school. We get Amish people in Walmart, and then there's a lot of material to play with there. So I figure we talk about either one.
You busting on the Amish a little bit.
Well, look, the good thing about making fun of the Amish is that they won't hear anything you say. You can't offend anybody.
See, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, so
I like that. That was a good one.
It was. It was a good one. And
you're right. How are they going to hear it?
Yeah.
I promise you, they're not watching this.
I'm concerned.
They're like raising a barn somewhere.
I'm concerned that Greg's going to be a little rough on you today. Okay.
I'm just trying to toughen.
So to keep things light, I think as we're going through this, if we think it was bad, we play this.
On a stick.
Okay. I like that.
And if we like it, we do this.
Okay.
How about that?
That
I don't
good.
know if we'll actually do that or not, but it's going to depend on his attitude. I'm really protecting you today.
Thanks.
Hank from
He's come in.
Hendersonville.
He's come in today. He's got a haircut. And he's got a nice new purple shirt on.
Yeah.
But he's got a little attitude with it.
Combination
Okay.
of a lot of things.
I could tell when I walked in.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this: is this one of those things where you just want us to be seated and silent, and you do your thing, or do you want us to interact with you? I don't. We'll do it anyway.
I think the interaction thing is good. It makes it more organic and spontaneous.
Greg, this is not. You don't get to make that decision. The winner makes that decision. Okay.
All right.
You ready?
All right, here we go. So I guess talking about Amish people at Walmart. So
Greg.
So we don't have Amish people in Alabama, and so
we got some Mennonites down south.
Yeah,
we did. Go ahead.
But well, thanks for interacting with me.
This is why I asked you. It's hard. It's hard to get the floor in this room.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I go to Walmart one day with some friends to pick up some food. This is like my first year there, and this is my first time seeing Amish people. Like I'm going in, and they got a little buggy parked outside by the cart return. Got a little sign on the back that "How's my driving?"
Yeah.
And it doesn't have a phone number. It says "right to,"
Oh, okay, I get it.
I get it.
I get it. That's not bad.
And so I go in there. I'm like, I'm kind of hoping I see some Amish people. I'm like, I've never seen Amish people before, and so I
nice
go in.
Beard.
Yeah, really, yeah, and all black and everything. And so I walk in and I get to the cereal aisle, and there they are, and they brought everybody, like all 12 of them. You got the dad Amish, the mom Amish, and all the kids in there. And I'd always wondered like what would be in an Amish person's shopping cart at Walmart, and they got like regular stuff. They got like paint, and I think they had like some crackers in there and an Xbox 360, just stuff like that.
Probably should. Wait a minute. What? Here's another one I found.
This is stupid. We are adults, and this is ridiculous.
Okay. All right.
But and then here's something.
Have you noticed when he gets tickled with the punchline before he gets to
Yes. We got to work on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And so it was kind of awkward because they're all in that aisle. It's like 12 of them, and I'm trying to like walk by, and it's kind of crowded. And you kind of want to say something to them, like you want to kind of like acknowledge them. You don't want to act like they're aliens or something. But a little piece of advice trying to make conversation: don't ask them if they've seen that movie Witness. They won't think you're being funny.
Okay.
So I've never seen the movie Witness.
It's about an Amish person.
So
that witnesses a crime,
That
or
doesn't
murder.
make no sense.
Yeah, it has Harrison Ford. It's a good movie. Yeah, so they won't think you're being funny.
Okay.
Yeah, but as you're walking by,
For me,
That doesn't make no sense.
you got to see the movie.
well, what's funny though is they're taking the kids to Walmart, and you got to respect their confidence. Like they're dressed in here like pioneers in Walmart, and I'm looking, and the dad kind of points and says something, and I see 12 pairs of Amish eyes just looking at me and following like he's trying to make an example out of me. I'm like, they got confidence doing that, but like, don't point at me. That woman's wearing pajamas in Walmart. If you want to make an example, look at her, And
Greg, I don't know where to look.
And so I went to I was looking for kind of information about the Amish to find some material to make fun of, and so
You're big with the Amish.
yeah. Well, I found out
Maybe you need to pick some minorities. Go ahead and bust on
the Amish have a website.
Yeah, that's for you, Greg.
The Amish have a website, and I did not know.
Come
that.
on.
It's true. And my first question is like, who runs it? And then secondly, do they even know they have a website? But
How they check?
That's good.
yeah,
By the way.
And so
I'll give you that right there. That's good.
And the material I found there, the Amish, they have a 90% retention rate, and so basically when you become a teenager in Amish whatever, you can choose whether or not you want to stay Amish or you want to go join the they call us regular people the English.
Yeah, they had a reality
That's an impressive
show.
fact, by the way.
And I think I know why it's so high. Now picture this. What would your impression of the outside world be if all you've ever been to is Walmart? Like you go there, like
It almost made me want to become Amish.
yeah, shoot. I wouldn't want to join, but here's the thing, though. What's that tell you about that 10% who do choose to leave? Well, what do they think the real world's like? I think they'll be awfully disappointed when they come out and they find out wearing a real tree hoodie, flannel pajamas, and fuzzy slippers. The Walmart's kind of frowned upon. Yeah, I think that's a problem. Well, what's really going to be bad is when they find out about Target and Publix. Like, they're not going to be expecting that.
I don't know. He lost me at some
Doo-doo.
point.
It wasn't jalapeno on a stick.
Okay. Keep them coming.
All right. Well, that's all I have on the Amish. So I figure.
Okay, well, you've trashed them enough.
yeah. We'll ease up on it.
They'll be out here protesting with their carts and their horses later, so we're good.
I got a couple of news stories I wanted to talk about.
Oh, boy.
So this one's about Kim Jong-un.
Oh,
He's
our favorite communist dictator.
Yeah, he's been in the news a little bit. So Chairman Chubby made the news again this week after after photos showed he lost 20 pounds. Asked about the cause of his weight loss, Kim explained he'd tried eating like one of his subjects for a week.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. Work on the delivery. Material wasn't
Yeah,
bad.
that's true. All right, here we go. An Indiana woman returned a library book 52 years overdue.
Wow.
It was Old Yeller, and though the woman never finished it, she hopes to one day, saying, quote, "I'm looking forward to more lighthearted adventures with that boy and his little dog. I sure hope nothing unfortunate happens to him."
Okay, I like that.
Did you?
Yeah, kind of.
Doo-doo. Cuckoo.
All right.
I'll give this one for you, Greg. All right.
At least 5 homes in the Salem area were attacked with arrows last week. The Salem police chief assures citizens he seriously doubts it was Indians.
Okay. That's not bad.
It's not. It's not bad at all.
All right.
It's the voice.
I don't know. I
You know, you have comedy writers, and then you have people that deliver.
Right. I think I'm more of a writer. I'm not. I don't know if I have the delivery chops.
you're all over this,
Yeah.
by the way. And I wouldn't be able to do any better. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Honestly, I'd rather. I'm working on a sketch. Like I have an idea for a Dickie Nadmeyer thing. I'm perfectly happy to write it and let someone else deliver. Honestly,
Okay.
that's where I am.
you have to take that up with Dickie.
Yeah, I'll have to get him on the phone, talk to him.
There you go.
I got a couple more.
Yeah,
and
fire away.
then I'll release you from the.
All right, buddy. Let them fly.
All right. Iran's incoming president, Ibrahim Raisi, is demanding a return to the Obama-Iranian nuclear deal, which would allow Iran to enrich weapons-grade uranium. If they want a bomb so badly, I say we send a couple their way.
No, that's not bad. Again, look, he
Again,
got the laugh before he got his
that's
line out.
I just gotta
Dang
go over these so many times; they're just unfunny.
You know?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
All right, and now to the movies again.
Charity.
Yeah.
Transformers 7 is set to release in 2022, with Michael Bay returning to direct the groundbreaking sequel, which promises audience something they've never seen in a Transformers movie: a plot.
Okay.
Material
All right,
is
buddy.
fantastic. We got to work on the delivery.
Right.
That's what I take from this.
No, but see, that's why I enjoy it.
It's just so bad.
Why Greg
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
He'll be back in 2 weeks because of Greg's enjoyment. From
Right. Well, I'll work on
Okay.
something just for you. Okay.
Do it. That's, good job, everybody.
We'll be back. I hope you come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the kickoff hour. We're wrapping things up this hour. The big guys on the big show, Rick and Bubba, will join us next. Eddie Van Adler in there rocking TV, YouTube. How are you friends this morning? Afternoon, evening, whatever the case. Interns on the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Barbecue Smoke Neck. And as you heard, the winner. Greg, I don't
want to put any pressure on Rick and Bubba, but following the winner, after he come in and slayed the room like he did, it's going to be a lot of pressure this morning.
You didn't see me write this down.
They better bring their A game.
But the winner and Greg were talking after that segment. And this was a quote that I wrote down from you to him. You looked him square in the eyes.
You're talking about my constructive criticism?
You looked him square in the eyes, Greg, and you said, your delivery is so bad it makes it good.
Well, see, I was trying to give a little positive.
I wrote it down word for word. I got my pen out and wrote it down, and I even, quotes out here from Greg Burgess.
Good.
Your delivery, you looked the man square in the eyes.
I mean,
and you said,
a lot of times he starts laughing in the middle of the punchline.
Yes.
And somebody's tone, his tone is just, to me, that's what makes it funny.
The quote of the day, your delivery is so bad, it makes it good.
I think bringing him in is about as good an idea as this next story I got.
What you got?
Well, in Australia, in efforts to save the Tasmanian devil, we've all heard about that. They years ago, their numbers were down to like 25, 28
of the devil, Tasmanian devil.
The devil. So they picked an island, and we're going to put them on this island. We're going to get the population up. Okay,
gotcha.
Well, that's fine. That worked good, except
it helped the Tasmanian devil. You're saying
it helped the devil.
Okay.
I mean, they've gone up now from between 2012 and 2013. They were like 28 devils. They're estimated at over 100 in 2016. So the numbers are going up. But here's the one problem: they found a population of small penguins that used to be around 3,000 have since completely disappeared. So the devils came in. So here we go. We're going to save the devil, and in the process of saving the devil, we wiped out 3,000 penguins.
Wow.
So how about this? I think if I'm going to save something, maybe something that's not referred to as a devil, I will go maybe with the penguins. When you're weighing, these can't coexist. I'm not a genius, but whoever's supposed to know about things like this, did y'all not ever think and go, we got 3,000 of these penguins here. This is kind of where they live. If we bring these devils in here, that may not go well. They didn't say numbers were down, completely wiped out.
There's a reason why nature is the way it is, and you don't mess with it, period. Don't mess with nature.
How about
quit trying to recreate something that's not possible?
Well, again, it came with a cost. We got the devils up, but we lost the penguins.
Where can I see a Tasmanian devil? Like or did they have them at the zoo? Where's the closest Tasmanian devil?
Have you ever seen the little devil?
Yeah, it's just different than I thought it was.
Yeah,
by the way, looking at the picture.
You think about the cartoon?
Cartoon. That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Well, how about this? I mean, again, I don't know if anyone's surprised here, but didn't think about the little penguins. So we tried to be sharp, get the devils where they need to be. I don't know what was wiping the devils out where they normally were.
Yeah.
What's their predator that eats them, or is it man? Maybe I don't think they eat them, but just wipe them out. But the Tasmanian devils, how about they? The ones on that island. They saw them penguins. They said, "Buddy, we have landed in a good spot."
That is your Tasmanian devil lesson of the day. There was a story.
If you're going to relocate Tasmanian devils, make sure that there's not a colony of something they'll eat if you're trying to keep their numbers up.
Yeah. Speaking of animals, I sent Adler this video. I don't know if we can play it for copyright reasons, and I'm not even sure if we have time to do it. But this dog, Shih Tzu.
Oh my goodness! I saw this.
So I'll put this in show notes if you want to watch it. So this dog was, it was abandoned, I guess, and it was stray, and it's one of these dogs that continuously grows hair. And it was unrecognizable.
Well, it was knotted up.
Yeah.
It looked like a walking dingleberry. The thing, it was unrecognizable. It had like dreadlocks.
It did. It could hardly move. And so they took the dog in. Someone found it. They didn't even know what it was when they first saw it. They didn't know it was a dog, okay? They go
I thought
in.
It might have been a Tasmanian
They
devil.
shave this pet. They pull, I think, 6 pounds.
I watched the video.
6 pounds of hair off this dog.
And out pops a regular looking dog.
Yes. Shih Tzu. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
and a
easy.
small dog. And there it is if you're watching. That's the look now. And so that's after 6 pounds of hair being removed.
Hey, you know what?
What?
If we cut Adler's hair,
Great.
he's got a long hair. If we cut his hair, look, see there,
Look at
right
that
there's
poor
Adler
thing.
before the haircut.
That's
see him?
awful.
And then
That is awful.
look, if we cut Adler's hair, he would look like a normal person, just like that thing looks like a normal dog now.
So the vet in the interview said that the dog almost had to
Look.
learn to walk again.
They had to knock it out
Yeah.
to get the hair off of it.
Under sedation in order to.
I bet he woke up and he's like, man,
I feel better.
what in the world?
I got a bath and all that weight's gone.
Good
How about
night.
that?
You know, he stunk.
Yeah, he did.
my
She said that too. The vet said that. She said it was horrible
Well, yeah, it
the way it
stunk.
smelled.
What are you talking
Look at the
about?
difference.
There's a big sponge of stink walking
Poor
around.
thing.
And look, that lady holding it, they cut her hair. too.
11-year-old dog, I believe.
Well,
So
somebody adopted it, I'm sure. That is pitiful.
it is.
I mean, you
It
got to
is.
really let a dog. And the thing had a collar on it. Like
And a leash. It had a leash.
They was walking around with a leash.
around with a leash on when they found it.
Wow.
Just been abandoned.
That's
They
what-
found
now
it in
look at
like
it.
a wooded lot or something. Saw it.
How
There.
about that? Mm-mm-mm.
Look, having to learn to.
It
They
looked
said
like
having to learn to walk.
shearing. Yeah,
again.
look at it. They were shearing like when they shear sheep.
Yes.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Poor thing.
I wonder if they made any socks or anything out of the hair.
Probably not, Greg.
You don't think?
Well, that'll wrap up this hour.
That'll do
And
it,
it'll wrap
my friend.
up the kickoff hour for this week with a man down.
That's
Speedy will be
right.
back tomorrow.
All three back in the situation tomorrow. I can't think of a word.
Call it a
so-
situation?
Yeah, the old situation.
A lot of times we do find ourselves in situations in here.
Speedy will be back, so we're looking forward to that.
Rick and Bubba join us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. We do have a lot to do on today's program. Another Rick and Bubba University. The podcast will be recorded today. We'll talk about that a little bit. Vacation coming up next week. Best of shows coming up. Speedy's still on vacation. We start this hour with the national anthem. Thank you, Dr. Funkenstein, George Clinton. All right, so here we go. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here on Team Rick and Bubba. Also, I'd like to thank on behalf of everyone, intern the winner for working the audience into a comedy frenzy. Hey, the audience is warm. It's time for us to go forward. Also, intern Barbecue Smoke Deck helping out today, too, as they bang out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense, of course, now a superpower. Let's bring him in. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I love.
Rick, the year was 1981.
Oh, Greg.
Greg the Bull Olsen showed up at our house with a little cassette.
Oh, yeah.
Of a band named Def Leppard, which I thought was a weird name for a band.
I did too.
And he threw photograph in, and I just kept rewinding it.
So, if you remember, Bubba, do you remember when we had
good.
these stereo systems, but they didn't feature a cassette player, and you had to go buy a cassette player, and you had to bring it in, and I think we had the one and only Sony cassette player, and we set that thing down on the bottom rack below the stereo system, wired it in, and we thought to ourselves, now this new technology, a cassette, can now play out of our Sony speakers.
Because we're moving away from the 8-track.
And Greg the Bull Olsen from Top of the Hill in Shell Acres #1 walked in and said, I have something here.
Did it record too or just play?
It recorded.
It recorded everything.
Yeah, I had that one too. It had the 2 meter.
Oh, yeah.
And it had where you could push the play and record forward, and it would go to the end and stop.
Yeah. We all had the same one.
You could search, hold that down.
Had the stainless steel look to it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The one and only.
Yep.
So Greg the Bull Olsen brought in photograph from a band called Def Leppard, and we thought, well, I'll tell you one thing.
And then I got the whole record, Pyromania, and just couldn't believe it.
And then went to saw him at the Powell.
We did.
The cassette was a game changer. Not to have to do the click, what a pain that was.
So much.
Yeah.
And then you had the different phases of your cassette world, because we had the cassette, and then we were trying to find a way to get the noise out of it.
Yeah.
And we started the Dolby stuff.
The Dolby.
And then if
which
you
also
really
hurt the quality of the song.
Well, it depends on how you're playing it back.
You're right.
It almost took too much out.
Yeah, because we didn't have some elaborate system. But.
Yeah, well, you had to play it back on a good Dolby system, or it did hurt it a little bit. But I remember even, Rick, how that evolved. I mean, at one point, I went to a metal tape and Dolby C. And that was a big deal.
I remember that.
Right after that's when we had the mini disc come along, and we entered the digital age, and we all like to blew our hearing out because we turned the volume up, listening for the hiss, and it wasn't there.
The mini disc just didn't happen, did it? We thought it was going to be.
Well, Rick, it was an important. It was an important bridge.
Yeah.
Because you had the CD, but we couldn't record, and then the mini disc you could record, but everything was headed hard drive anyway.
I think to me the CD was the greatest. Still, if I had my choice, that's what I want.
Yeah, I love the CD.
I do. Still play them here.
Of course, hard to keep up all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell the horror stories of going out to do dances and the boxes and boxes of CDs you had to carry.
Oh, yeah.
Versus everything been on an iPad.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and just download something if you need it.
And anybody asks for something, you can play it now. Back then, you go, I don't have that.
No, I told you.
Let me thumb through
I don't have
disc 300 cut 12.
I don't have Kumo D.
But no, I think I told you this. It's interesting when I go to see my father-in-law. I think he is so amazed by this new technology. He wants to, because he loved music from the 50s, and he will literally sit in the car and call it. I'm not talking about 50 songs I've ever heard of. I'm talking about 50s bands I've never heard of.
Oh, yeah.
You doo-wop bands and all that, and we will go to Apple Music and search them, and they come up every time.
Isn't that crazy?
He'll just call it and say, hey, can you find this song? Yeah, yes, sir. I find it in seconds.
So he's really into it.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then he realizes, you mean to tell me all these songs I thought were gone forever, you can go find them on your phone and play them through your car? And I'm like, yeah, I can get them all. I mean, 50s things that I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you'd have to been listening to Wolfman Jack to even know these.
Yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of that music.
Yeah. So because to me, somebody says 50s, and I say, you mean Buddy Holly? And they're like, no, there's more than that.
A lot more.
But anyway, so it's amazing technology, and like you said, in the DJ world, all the equipment we have, most of our space
was
in the van was music.
CDs, we even had cassettes.
Just suitcases full of it. Because you better have it.
Well, that's the only way you could do it.
Yeah, and
I remember seeing, like the first iPod before we had the iPhone and all that, and you could put all those songs on there. I mean, but I thought, that'll fit in your pocket. And you can put like 9,000 songs on there.
Yeah. Do people really do that much anymore, or does the Apple Music thing it solved all that? Do you really need an iPod now?
Well, I think everybody, has it on their phone.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you don't really need those anymore. Yeah. Again, it was the mini disc. It was a transitional movie.
But boy, it was a big one.
It was.
When I see those movies of Steve Jobs and he's trying to listen to a portable CD player and it keeps skipping and he gets so mad about it, and you see the wheels turning. We can do better than this.
15 minutes past, 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Thank you for being with us as we move forward on the program. Tomorrow, we will be Bubbaless. And we start...
Where you going, Bubba? Where you going?
Bubba is going to see his daughter, who's interning in D.C., and we were both discussing in his office today. I can't remember the last time, because of the pandemic and all this and just general life changes. I think the last time I flew on a commercial airline, I think it was 2.5 years ago.
Rick, that may be longer than that. I think the last time I flew, we went to the Bahamas or something, and that was when the kids were in high school.
Oh, my gosh.
It had to be 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, because
at least.
I know on one of the December vacations, because we get 2 weeks off in December, we went to Hawaii, and I think it's been 2.5 years ago, and I think that's the last time that I have flown. And I have not been on a commercial airline during the post-pandemic, and you're heading into that world tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. So I'm a little, I'm a little rusty on what I can and can't do, and getting through the airport. I can't wait for that. That'll be fun. And
do you look forward to wearing a mask when you fly the whole way?
No, not really. I'd kind of done away with the mask.
Yeah, I don't even know where my masks are located.
Yeah, I got to go.
I'm
dig
done
some
with
out.
masks.
Yeah, I know it. But there was a couple of things that I was curious about, and I thought maybe the audience could help me out. We all, being our age now, and we'll cover more of that later. We have a few prescription pills we have to carry with us.
Sure.
And I used to carry everything just in a little pill thing. You snap them in by the day. But can you do that now, or do you have to have the bottle so that they see the prescription or whatever? I don't even know.
That's a good question.
Speedy was telling me about it because he has several things he carries, and Cialis and a lot of that stuff, and I didn't know how that, if they had to have the bottle
funny.
on that. So I hate he's not here to tell us. So.
Yeah. I think he's the most recent guy, because he went to Alaska and he went to Miami before that.
Right.
And so he's been on quite a few commercial airlines over the last few years.
Yeah, I know this won't surprise you guys in the least, but I check my bathroom bag just in my big luggage. I don't. A lot of times I won't even do a carry-on because I didn't want to fool with it.
Right. Well, see, I want to carry on because I've had my luggage lost a few times.
Yeah. I understand why I should do it.
I gamble it. I take that gamble because I don't want to mess with it.
Plus, I may want some toys on the plane to play with.
Right.
If I get bored.
You don't like people touching your stuff. That's just it.
Well, it really doesn't have anything to do with touching stuff. It's just if you get there and your suitcase is lost for 2 or 3 days,
We've had that.
you'd like to have a pair of underwear.
You talking about the time we landed in New York and it was freezing and we left here, it wasn't, and we all had T-shirts on?
I was in shorts and
Yeah.
a T-shirt and did not have luggage for like 2 or 3 days.
They were like, hey, bad news, guys.
but I think there's been times.
It's cold.
That one kind of got my attention.
It was cold.
Yeah.
If it seems to be me, Bubba, now I could be completely wrong. I have a shaving kit. I know it's what it's called.
Right.
And inside that shaving kit, I put all my bathroom stuff in there and any prescriptions I have.
Okay. Well, that may be
And then
worse.
I just zip
But
it
do you
up.
stick it in? Do you carry it in the bottle with the prescription on it, or do you just carry it in a pill pack?
But I don't think it matters. Yes, I do, just because I don't do a pill pack. But
Right.
but I mean, I'm not doing it for any other reason than I just don't do a pill pack.
Right.
Because all I do is take a few things before I go to bed. So I don't.
Right.
It's not like I.
Well,
take,
I mean,
yeah.
we all take vitamins and
Yep.
all that stuff too. So.
I've got my relief factor. I've got my.
And
blood.
by the way, I'm gonna be packing that.
Yeah, I've got my relief factor. I've got my blood pressure medicine, and I've got my cholesterol medicines. That's really all I have.
I wish they'd roll that blood pressure, cholesterol into our vitamin. Might as well.
All one
Everybody's
thing.
taking it.
Yeah. So, but I have never had anybody pull this out of my luggage when it goes through in the shaving kit.
Right.
But I'm not saying that won't happen.
Right.
Never has
Well, I
happened.
just don't know what the rule is now. I mean, seems like it's been a long time. Rules change.
Yeah.
And
have you gone online and looked at said here's how you do
Well,
things?
I'm trying to do some of that.
Right.
The TSA website is, it's not as straightforward as maybe Amazon. Let's say.
Right.
You got to first get through all the highlights of the month, and then you can get down and try to find some information.
Correct.
The other thing
You have to work your way through the rainbows to get to something.
I know you'll find this funny, but a few years ago I needed to replace my backpack. So
Greg, you're going to love this. Don't miss this.
I was looking around at backpacks, and I kind of like
backpack shopping.
I'm kind of out there on the technical edge sometimes, and I saw this brand called Guard Dog,
Greg?
and it's actually a bulletproof backpack.
My
And
goodness.
it's designed for kids in school. You can flip it around and use it as a bulletproof vest. and they have all kind of tests where they're shooting them. It's pretty. I just thought it was.
Do you
interesting.
feel you need that? I mean, is somebody
No,
after you?
I don't.
Somebody gunning for Bubba?
No, I just me. I have to play with stuff.
Yeah. Right.
So, will they let a Kevlar backpack go through, or does that set all the machines off?
That sounds like that may be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, Greg, I'm not talking about what it
Well,
sounds
here's
like.
Matt.
No, I'm saying it doesn't sound like something that's going to go through without
Let's
them
ask
going,
Matt.
hey. You know, it's probably made out of obviously something.
Now, the TSA thing says that body armor is allowed.
Okay.
But then
then maybe you're good.
In checked and carry on, but it doesn't say what if the body armor is the carry on.
That's a great point. Matt in Huntsville says he can help. Matt, what's the can and can't now if you fly commercial?
Not a whole lot's changed since pre-COVID from what you can and can't take on a plane. It's pretty much the same. As far as your pills, Bubba, the safe answer is take them in the bottle with your name on it. And, as long as you're not taking 125 vitamins on Monday morning, you're probably fine. If you got 2-3 things on your, Friday morning, little pill popper deal.
Yep.
You're probably fine.
It just saves a lot of room if you got it one of them pill pack things,
Yeah, I know you were on hold before Bubba called bulletproof backpack, but have you had time to process that? Can Bubba take a Kevlar backpack onto the plane?
I don't see why not. It kind of depends on what's in it.
Yeah, right. So it doesn't matter what it's made out of.
It doesn't really matter what it's made out of so long as what's in it's safe.
Okay.
Don't go take 50 aerosol cans or
you still got the 3 ounce liquid minimum or maximum and all that stuff.
What about a 9?
Yeah, how about that?
No,
And a Kevlar backpack.
What about a Glock 9? How the hell that?
Oh, a Glock 9. Yeah, I'm hands down on that. I'm probably a negative on that. You might get a little attention, Bubba.
Yeah, might be some attention.
Not
Get
so many people flying,
strip
so there's more
search.
TSA agents to give you attention.
Yeah, I think what you run into, Bubba and I, with our ongoing aging process, and it's been so long since we've flown commercial, it's not that we think things have changed. We can't even remember the originals.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Bubba, the one that always gets me is the aerosols.
Right.
Because it doesn't, so many people use, hairspray or whatever it may be that's in an aerosol as their everyday item, and that's a no-no on an airplane.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Right. Well, I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we don't do hairspray a lot, as you can tell.
Yeah. Back to that foolish pride thing. I was telling you about.
All right, Bubba, so you got this Kevlar backpack. So if you're wearing it and the guy jumps in front of you, you turn.
Well,
you grab the
I
backpack and sling it around in front of you.
I think the idea, it really came out of these school shooting things because somebody said, look, we can make a bulletproof backpack. So
and we don't want to miss
you spin
a
it around,
opportunity.
put it in front of you, and you got a chance.
But if you're running away, you leave it on the back.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
it's not
gonna be mine.
it's not a guarantee, but you got a chance.
Mine's going to be on my back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so as we make our way back, allform.com/Bubba, how would you like to put some new furniture out there on the screened-in porch? Have you been putting that on? Maybe something you need in your house, something you need at your office. If you're fortunate enough to have a lake house or something like that, are you thinking, we need furniture, some of the stuff out there, the quality not real good? Well, let me tell you, go to allform.com/Bubba. Because being comfortable is important, and it's summer, and this is that time you may get a little more time to do these things you've been thinking about. So go to allform.com/Bubba, and you can customize the furniture with whatever kind of legs you want in it, whatever fabric you want, and all the fabrics are stain and pet resistant. You can set it up, customize it the way you want it. They send it to your house directly, all made in America out of the North Carolina. They send it to your door. You get a 100-day free trial, meaning if you get it in the house, get it in the office, get it down at the lake, and you don't like it, you can send it back with a full refund. They have a forever warranty, okay? So this is the kind of quality that you're going to get. We got some of their furniture down at the farm, and we love it. So go to allform.com/Bubba right now. We're going to save you some money, and we're going to make sure, and the shipping's always free there. But we're also going to save you money because we're going to get you 20% off anything that you buy. And remember that forever warranty by going to allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% on anything. They've got chairs, they've got sofas, they've got sectionals. So you can start small and go big, or whatever you need. You can find it. Allform.com/Bubba. Also rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, a couple of things I got for you, Bubba, on your travels.
Okay.
First of all, you got Ken in his truck, and I know you really need to know about medications first.
Well, just general curious.
And so Ken, you can answer that question, and I'll also read you another text that I got. So Ken, go ahead.
Yes, me and my wife flew out of Birmingham the last week in May, and we both carried our pill packs with us, but they were in our checked luggage. It wasn't in carry-ons.
And no issue.
No issue.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting to. Here's one. Flew 4 times this past this past weekend. It says not sure what airline Bubba's on, but this person was on Southwest. He said, let me warn you about this. The mask thing on the plane, they're very strict about. You will wear the mask. He said some of the airports were very strict that you have to wear the mask the whole time you're in the airport.
Yeah, that's good. Just when so you could breathe again.
He said as far as luggage, nothing's really changed. You can take medicine in your bag. He said what I do is I put all of it in a Ziploc bag, and they didn't say anything. Tell Bubba, though, that he needs to not listen to you and have a carry-on bag with personal items. He goes, because my buddy checked luggage, and he was going to try to play some golf where we were going. He goes, when he got there, his driver was broke in half. And he said, and we thought we could have something.
So what? He didn't have it in hard case?
I don't know. He checked it, and they broke it.
Boy, that's probably hard to break a driver.
Well, apparently they can do it. I mean, your first mistake was thinking you could have something down there in New Orleans. So
and on the backpack, I've looked it up. It says it was designed to be TSA approved, and it's supposed to be, but they said you never know when rule changes, and check with the TSA. And I'm like, well,
you can't even.
Hey, if we got some TSA folks listening, how about drop me an email?
Well, I'm anxious to talk to you
because I don't want to have to get another backpack to travel with. Is what I'm saying, because I got all my stuff in this one. I know where everything is, my cords, and all that.
Well, after today, you and I aren't going to see each other till July the 6th. So I hope you can. Make some notes, because when you get back, I want to say, tell me about travel.
Well, I will. And we had the story. I think we're flying out on American, and I think they've canceled a bunch of flights already.
They got to round up some pilots from somewhere.
I know.
They furloughed them all.
Can I tell you something?
Change oil on that thing before we go.
Yeah, maybe get the mechanics out.
About a little test flight.
Well, I've had some American experiences.
Yeah.
And hey, let me ask you this: how important is the time you leave?
Well, let me say this,
because I wouldn't get attached to it.
This goes back to I haven't flown in a long time, right. And I literally forgot some of the things I used to do. I never would book through these discount groups. I'd always go straight to the airline, whatever, and I did on this one. So, and after I did it, I went, I know better than that. But We'll see.
But you did a direct flight. Of course, if
I'm
a direct
better
flight.
than that.
But that was the problem. They're just, we were trying to get a direct flight, and that's the only time I could get one, Friday morning.
And probably on the airline, you could get it on at that
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
But and so a direct flight leaves room for not as much error, doesn't leave as much room for error.
Right.
But still, if it doesn't leave on time, you still are now directly still late.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I marked the day off to fly.
Well, you have to. You and I have flown enough, and any of you that fly a lot, if you don't even remotely land on we need to be on the ground at this time. If you do that, you're setting yourself up for the most anxiety and the most disappointment. You need to really have an attitude when you go fly commercial to have the attitude of we'll get there at some point.
So
now, don't forget you're paying for this, and it's pretty expensive because if you let that creep in your mind, you really get mad.
Yeah, I'll just have to have the the number for Oscar close by, in case I have to be rescued.
You do realize that when you
where can you get that NetJet insurance today? Anybody know?
I know. Listen,
callers.
I know that the airlines have done a good job of indoctrinating us is that we should just be thankful they're letting us fly.
Right.
But I want to go back to this because it really is this straightforward. If I pay hundreds of dollars, okay, because it's usually hundreds of dollars.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I pay hundreds of dollars, and I'm just going to grab a number out of the air, to leave at 7:15 a.m. my time,
right,
and to be where I'm going at 9:45 their time.
Right.
That's what I paid for. I paid for that, and I don't get that. I don't know how to break this to everybody. I paid for something I didn't get.
That's right.
Now, I know that it really is that straightforward. And I'm not talking about the things that
Rick, how dare you?
I'm not talking about the things that can't be controlled. I'm just talking about inefficiency that we can't get the job done.
Right.
And so people really pay for something they don't get. And that's you remember the one time that I almost led the revolution and Sherry said you're doing that thing you do. And that's that time that we had been delayed all day long and we were finally leaving at like midnight that night.
Right.
And I had someone of the staff get on the plane and get on to all of us that we needed to be quiet, sit down because it had been a long day for everybody.
That's a bad speech.
And I said, wait just a minute.
Hang on.
And Sherry starts gripping my knee. No, I need to say this.
I'm with you on this.
I said, hey, I need to say this. Y'all are getting paid to go through
We're
this,
the customer.
to go through this horrific day. That's your job.
You offered this flight.
Yeah, we actually paid our money for something we're not getting. We're paying to be treated this way, and y'all be so inefficient. So I'd be real careful getting on us who are sitting here ready to get to where we were supposed to have been about 6-7 hours ago.
Right.
Okay, so let's be real careful.
We're not in the same boat.
Yeah, this is your job, so you're going to get a check for this. You took money from me, for me to be sitting here in this misery. So I think actually it ought to be the other way around. Maybe y'all get on here apologetic.
Should be.
Say we're very sorry, and we're going to get you there. How about this? We're going to go ahead and start giving you guys some snacks and something to drink right now because we're going to
We feel bad.
Yeah, we really feel bad about what a horrific experience you've had with our product that you paid for.
Not gonna happen.
So anyway, but it's a wild ride out there, and but I think you know what you need to do, just like people have done with this show. Expect it to be horrible.
Right.
And then
if it's anywhere close to acceptable, I'll be ecstatic.
No, I've get to the point when I fly, back when I was flying a good bit in commercial, I just said, if anything happens that doesn't include just all-out misery, I will consider this a win. I mean, my standard got so low. I mean, if I just end up where I'm going at some point with all my luggage, it's a win.
Yeah.
And because if you think of anything higher than that, and like you're going to have like a really easy, smooth, luxurious time,
what's that airline they show on TV where it looks like you got your own little apartment in there?
Oh, I know.
I see those commercials. Yeah. Who is that?
That's one.
Is that Emirates Airlines?
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
One of these Middle Eastern Arabic things. And because
that thing.
I know.
Yeah, going on a trip in that.
I know it's luxurious, but
can't somebody in the U.S. just give that a shot?
Yeah,
you might hit
United Arab Emirates or something.
Yeah, and you look at that and you go, look, I know that we all have stereotypes or whatever, and you don't want to get in the mode of thinking, well, it's a very, very nice experience, but I wonder where they're taking us.
I mean, I'm a little nervous. They're keeping us really comfortable,
like a prize cow.
Yeah, don't spook them.
this is real nice, but where they're taking us?
Something don't feel right.
Remind me to tell you something in the break. I can't say on there about that. But anyway, so 15 minutes to the top.
More?
That's funny. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Bubba, I know we have a story in your world. I also experienced this ongoing problem we have in our society right now with not a lot of demand and not a lot of supply. Can't get anything. And I couldn't believe where it hit yesterday. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Todd Jones. Todd Jones will be our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We'll record that today. Enjoy that. Todd's got a great story, and he's a lot of fun. We'll be cutting up, talking to Todorowski. I told him to bring his A game today, by the way. So we'll go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, you want to hear everybody's flying horror stories?
Well, sure.
Sure.
I'd like to, try to avoid these if possible.
Yeah. Kevin.
Like one, hopefully our flight's still going.
Kevin in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Kev, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. A couple weeks ago, my wife and I and our two kids, we had booked flights to go out to New Hampshire to see her side of the family. We woke up in the morning, got all of our bags together. We went out to the airport. The little kiosk thingy wasn't working, so we went to the counter because there was no line. Said, hey, we're here to check in. Here's our paperwork and our itinerary, our confirmation numbers. Like, I'm sorry, there's no tickets for you.
Oh, my goodness.
No, good Lord.
You can't even.
Like, we need those tickets.
What happened? Your tickets were no good?
Yeah, well, no, they type everything in. They pull some up. They do some little typing on the computer. They give us a confirmation number. They type it in. And it pulls up someone else's name.
Oh, Kevin.
Like, no, that's not us. And they told us, well, that's all right. All we can do, what'd you book your tickets to? We said we booked through Priceline. I said, well, we have to call them because on our system we don't see you flights.
Oh my gosh.
Your number pulls up some other person in their family. So we call Priceline, and it's an automated thingy. You have to wait. It says, we'll put your place in line. We'll call you back. Wait approximately 45 minutes.
You're killing me, Kevin. What happened? So this is what Bubba and I said. Look, be careful about these third parties. I'm telling you. You call the airline. I don't even go online sometimes. I'll call somebody. Get on the phone. I want to book some tickets. Who am I talking to? Yeah. So did you ever get tickets?
Eventually, I get a hold of someone at Priceline. They say that United had canceled our flights and then rescheduled it. But when they did that, they didn't tell Priceline, so we didn't get put back on the original flight. Priceline thought we were still good to go on our original flight, but United had already switched stuff around. We booked these back in March. We're flying out a couple weeks ago, so we bought them way in advance because of the
God forbid you buy them in advance and think you got everything handled. Yeah.
With COVID, prices were cheap. No one was flying. Everyone was terrified. So there was dirt cheap tickets. Dirt cheap, and we still spent $1,200 on these tickets, but not dirt cheap, but it was cheaper than what they were recently.
Did you ever get on the plane?
We did not. We ended up not getting to take our trip to see a family. We were supposed to go off for a whole week. All they did was refunded us our money. They didn't put us on a new flight.
You never got to take the trip?
My gracious.
No, my 4-year-old was crushed. He was so excited to go fly through the clouds. He wanted to go be on a cloud and all this kind of stuff. We still haven't, or you can try maybe reschedule for another date, but that still hasn't happened yet. So we just totally missed out on our entire trip.
Wow. I mean, hey, you can't even go see family.
Whose parents was he going to see? His or hers?
That's important. I didn't catch that. No, I didn't catch that. He just said family.
See, Greg, this is what Greg
does to you.
Absolutely.
Sorry, buddy.
You're all over that, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
I can't look at anything face value.
No. And how about if there was some doubt that was going on, I call the show to tell everybody how terrible that this whole thing was.
Well played, if that's the case.
But
good call,
if
sir.
he did that to keep from going to see his in-laws, it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
That is a good one.
And then now the wife's mad at United, not mad at him, mad at Priceline. Trey in Troy. Can you imagine? Trey, welcome.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Good.
So about 2 years ago, I went on a senior mission trip to Romania, and we booked the trip through the missionary over in Romania, which was our first mistake.
Oh, yes.
We went from Atlanta to Newark, and we're supposed to go from Newark to Dublin and then Dublin to Romania. But there was a storm in Newark, so we got stuck on the tarmac for 3 hours, and it was just sitting in the plane.
Oh, my gosh.
And then once we got to Dublin, it was a connecting flight, and the flight had already left.
Of course.
So we were stuck in Dublin for over 8 hours. And by the time that there was another flight for us to get to Romania, my mom almost had to stay in Dublin for the night, which was not fun.
Did you have a good time in Dublin?
Dublin Airport is the worst airport in the world. I can say that for a fact.
Well, it's because it's in Northern Ireland. They're still loyal to the Brits.
We thought we were going to have to go on a mission trip to Ireland based on what was happening.
Yeah, well, that's unbelievable. Look, Sherry, I remember one time she went with a group of women to India, and she describes trying to catch these connecting flights because anytime, and I understand what they're doing, anytime the church is booking all your stuff, they're trying to do it as save as much money as possible, which is, I understand that, but of course, if you don't get where you're going, I'm not sure what you save. But she said she was talking about like women with carry-ons running through airports, trying to run as hard as they could to catch planes and stuff. Oh my gosh, Luke in Huntsville, Luke 100.3.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing well. Hey, maybe this help mitigate your commercial airline problems a little bit, but I read all things airline, study them, and Delta has significantly better on-time departures and lost luggage percentages. And I know it's a little more expensive, but that kind of stems to the you get what you pay for type deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I hear horror stories with American all the time. The only time I've ever had problems with Delta, we flew out of Montrose, and they had to send a smaller plane from Atlanta. But they booked us on United and gave my mom and I both $800 worth of flight credits.
Yeah, my experiences with Delta have been superior to the others. There's no doubt. Yeah, and and now when it's not perfect. I mean, because the system is not perfect. But in the world of imperfection of commercial airlines and schedules and inefficiency, they seem to be the best experience. And
absolutely, and I know he was trying to get a direct flight on American, but like you say, if you're late for 6 hours, but you could have connected to Atlanta on Delta from Birmingham, and you're on time and you get there 3 hours later than what your direct flight would have been, hey, I think it's worth it to me.
Well, hopefully it'll all go smooth. Yeah. Of course, we wish there's a few less stories about American.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out when I look over here. Everybody's talking about flying and all this. And suddenly there's a guy right in the middle that wants to talk about Blink 182. I'm almost interested to take that call and see what he has to say about that.
I think there's somebody's got cancer or died or something.
Really?
Completely.
You want to throw that in there? Just see what he's got?
It is odd that he's picking this time.
Jonathan, what do you got to say about Blink 182?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I was just calling because I know you played some of their music as bed music yesterday, and you play it from time to time. And Helms is right that the bassist did just come out yesterday, and he had cancer.
Yeah.
I don't know how bad or.
Yeah.
But I know you play their music sometimes, so I didn't know if you had heard that.
No, I haven't. I don't follow them really. Yeah.
You have no idea that was them you were playing, did you?
Wasn't there a story of you saw them a while ago, or am I completely thinking of a different person?
You are thinking of a different person.
I think it was Speedy.
Okay.
Speedy did. Yeah.
Speedy didn't say
that.
Yeah, it's okay. No, we have some like CDs that are in here that are just music beds that were put together by a third party. So even if I play them as bed music, I've never really listened to them. I know who they are.
Yeah, and I did see that story today.
Yeah, so that's well, I hate that for.
He didn't reveal what type or what stage or anything.
Right. Yeah. So I thought maybe he needed to catch an airplane or something, and part of it, but it's good to see. Yeah. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We have stories from within the show. President Biden lets all of us know that we shouldn't try to take on the government. He gives us kind of a talk down. We got all that coming up next hour. Stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes, the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We thank you for being with us today. Greg, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Yeah! We got Barbecue Smoke Neck taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, helping out Adler, the winner. All interns in Rick and Bubba University. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, I want you to know, as you cling to your guns and your Bibles and worrying about the Second Amendment, the president's going to let you know if you need to get in the real world.
Where did he go?
President Biden update.
Where'd he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So President Joe Biden is going to let all of us know that keep talking about the Second Amendment, that inconvenient constitutional right, that he wants us to know that if you're thinking about taking on the government, you need to think again. Your little guns aren't going to do anything.
Watch it.
So, by the way, these are the kind of speeches for liberty-loving Americans that make us all uncomfortable. This is not the kind of thing we really want the president of a constitutional republic in a free country. These kind of speeches are the kind of things that kind of get people a little. This is not helping. So here.
You mean like the King of England used to do?
Yeah. So here he is.
The Second Amendment, from the day it was passed, limited the type of people who could own a gun and what type of weapon you could own. You couldn't buy a cannon. Those who say the blood of patriots, and all the stuff about how we're going to have to move against the government. Well, the tree of liberty is not water with the blood of patriots. What's happened is that there never been, if you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons. The point is that there's always been the ability to rationally limit the type of weapon that can be owned and who can own it.
Where's that?
Boy, he goes all over the road, doesn't he?
Yeah, somebody wrote something.
That point is very clear.
Yeah, I think that the president was given a speech that somebody worked really hard on and said that if he will just take this, I think buddy, the minute you hand him a speech, you think to yourself, oh my God,
boy, what's he going to do with this?
Does anybody even what is he saying about that? They didn't let people have cannons. What is he talking about? It's
Rick,
you didn't get. He explained it. Perfectly.
Can I hear it again? Do y'all mind if I hear it again? All right, let me hear it again.
Just the Second Amendment, from the day it was passed, limited the type of people who could own a gun.
Type of people.
And what type of weapon you could own. You couldn't buy a cannon. Those who say the blood of patriots, and all the stuff about how we're going to have to.
So you can't think of what they wrote.
Move against the government. Well, the tree of liberty is not water with the blood of patriots. What's happened is that there never been, if you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons. The point is that there's always been the ability to rationally limit the type of weapon that can be owned and who can own it.
I'm not sure where in the Second Amendment they talking about cannons.
Rick, what is he talking about? This tree of liberty and the blood of patriots stuff? This is something out of history.
Listen,
I'm sure that I'm not aware of.
He tried to be sharp, and he gets lost, and he can't remember the quote. You would think somebody would have wrote it down for him. What he was supposed to say is, they say the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots, and he can't get it. Yeah. And then it once and
who said that? I mean, I
don't know. I don't know.
Is it a quote?
Yeah. But that's that's what he is supposed to have said.
Cannons.
You're right, and he cannot communicate a point.
Honestly, I don't think F-15s would work today.
All right, here
come to the microphone. That's room number one here in broadcasting.
The winner is approaching.
Here it comes.
Winner, always go to a microphone.
Is there a picture of a dog on
I
your
do
mind?
not know. It was there.
That's Millie.
That's Millie, the rescue dog, Rick.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We like to keep her here for motivation.
So Mr. Eddie Van Andler sent me in here to clarify.
Okay.
So the quote, I believe it's Thomas Jefferson, and he says the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants from time to time. He's talking about clearing out the bad leadership and stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Hitler.
I see what you're saying. And he kept saying patriots instead of tyrants.
Right.
Okay.
So he didn't even have the quote right.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think my quote even works too, because patriots have to continue to give us liberty.
That's right.
But what he was saying is that if you want to stay free, you got to get rid of tyrants.
And we're talking about F-15s and nuclear weapons. I mean, I love this country and I love the fighting men and women, but I'll say the Taliban did pretty well for 20 years without F-15s or nukes.
The winner dropping. My gosh, he dropped the mic. Look at the winner.
I don't know if you've seen the Taliban taking back over Afghanistan.
Yes. Well, they'll do that when you leave.
That worked out well, didn't it?
Hey, they'll do that when you leave. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Which that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
As I was
clearly
thinking,
said it.
Both sides are going to have to shed blood to keep liberty free.
So, but now let's watch him try to say it again. All right, can I hear it again? Now that we know the quote. All right, here we go.
The Second Amendment, from the day it was passed, limited the type of people who could own a gun and what type of weapon you could own. You couldn't buy a cannon. Those who say the blood of patriots, and all the stuff about how we're going to have to move against the government.
That's worse than I thought it was.
The tree of liberty is not water with the blood of patriots. What's happened is that there never been, if you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons.
He's just rambling on.
Golly, y'all. That's the leader of the free world. By the way, of course, Babylon B said this is called a rush on citizens buying F-15.
Look, if I'm gonna take on the government, I'm gonna have to have Raptors, man.
Yeah,
the F-15's an outdated airplane now.
Number one, like the winner said, he is wrong. We've had some pesky little countries that didn't have a whole lot, and I mean, the Afghans have fought the Russians,
Rick,
and us.
Rick, how about this? I'm going to have to give the Afghanis. They have survived a Russian invasion and a United States invasion.
Yes, they have,
and they're still going.
They're still going.
Still growing poppy seed today,
right?
Or whatever it is.
Did you say poppy seed?
What is it they grow over there?
I don't know.
What they make cocaine out of?
Yeah, Bubba,
heroin and all.
Now let's go back to his talk of Second Amendment. What is he talking about?
Rick, I have no idea. Why was this even brought up? Why was this?
Well, because people are saying the Second Amendment cannot be limited. And the Biden administration wants to limit it. He says, yes.
Can have what?
Yeah, he says it can be limited. It's always been there. You've always had a chance to limit it. You can't just let the Second Amendment didn't give you the right to buy a cannon.
Apparently, if we use the Afghani example, if you're willing to live in a cave and have subpar living conditions to what we're used to, go back to the Stone Age,
right?
And you have a white Toyota truck and
a white
Toyota truck and a few rifles, you can survive anybody.
Yeah. It looks like the Toyota. It seems to hold a gun back there pretty good.
I tell you, I don't know what dealership has the deal on the Middle East selling white trucks. They have. I mean, there must be a gazillion of them.
The Constitution allows the people of America to be armed, so that people who want to take your stuff, harm you, or the government, it gives you a fighting chance against people just doing to you whatever they want to do.
Yeah, it wasn't about hunting. The hunting was a given. That one, they didn't even need to address that. No. But keep in mind too, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, there was going to be no Constitution till they were okayed. They said, no way, we're not starting a new government till these 10 things are addressed. Period, and the government will not be a part of it. And it was at a dead stop until they did that.
And all of it, because I know they don't teach this anymore. All of it was designed to limit the government. So what they did is said, let's come up with these 10 things that will address the problems we had under a king.
And it will never, ever be able to do these things.
Right.
Now, I know technology has caused some issue with some of this, but the concept is what's important, not the equipment of the day.
Mm-hmm. There it is. I mean, we just showed it right there, right out of the Constitution.
A well-regulated militia
may be necessary, so the people's right to arm themselves should never be infringed.
And if you go on and read the end of that, at the very end, it says, look, if this system don't work, the people have the right to replace it by whatever means necessary.
And it does mention a militia, and I bet they probably needed a cannon.
Yep.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The gang here, except for Speedy, he's on vacation. He'll return next week hosting Best of Rick and Bubba shows. Bubba and I will be on vacation. We'll return on July the 6th. Tomorrow, buddy, we're a skeleton crew. Bubba and Adler will be gone a day early, so it'll be down to Greg and Helmsy, me, and the interns. And Adler will have a replacement, a former intern as well. All right, so let's go to the phones. Let's start with Brad in the great state of Tennessee. Brad. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about y'all?
Fired up.
Heard that. Hey, that quote that the confuser in chief was trying to refer to was it was Thomas Jefferson, and it's the tree of liberty must from time to time be renewed with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what he meant.
Yeah, that boy, I tell you, he did not really. He didn't walk that out too good, did he?
Did not.
No. And what he's saying is, hey, if you're going to wash the tree of liberty with the current government, you better get some F-15, some nuclear weapons. Okay, buddy.
All right, pal.
And, of course, then Adler comes in through the winter and clarifies, the Afghans have done pretty good.
So the winner's speaking for Adler today? Is that what it is?
Yeah. When did the winner become the mouthpiece of Adler?
Maybe the winner should come in here and tell us.
Let's go to Caleb.
Sorry, he actually knew the quote. I didn't know the quote. I was like, dude, run in there, go tell him.
Okay.
It wasn't I sent him in there, but he was the one that knew it.
Kind of a cool idea, though, that the winner becomes the mouthpiece from time to time. Let's go to Caleb.
I'm going to credit him.
In Springville. He's probably in there writing jokes right now. Caleb, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Real quick, the Second Amendment that was there, not for the federal government to enforce. The Second Amendment recognizes the rights of states. It's the states that have the right to limit or to permit any weapon they want. That's why I totally disagree with the Ninth Circuit overturning the ruling in California, the will of the people. If the people in California want to ban assault weapons, let them do it. That's California. What has that got to do with what's going on here in Alabama?
Well,
the Second Amendment is there for the states to enforce.
But I'm saying
states and the people.
Well,
but how do you
at the time they wrote this, there were no state constitutions.
Right.
All that had to come later. Now this addresses the federal government. I'll give you that.
Yeah. But I will say this: how can a state infringe a right that the Constitution says cannot be infringed?
Because the original intent behind it was to protect the states. To have the states have the power, not the federal government. So it was there to limit. You're right, there to limit the federal government.
Yeah,
that's why.
But most of the
state.
The
10th Amendment says, but the 10th Amendment says powers not specifically given to the federal government.
Understood.
But
are held for the states.
But most of the states' constitutions begin exactly and mirror the federal constitution. It covers a lot of that.
Well, look.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the president said you better get more weapons if you got any plans.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I do.
What doesn't even make sense.
I do. I tell you what he's saying. If you're paying attention, he's saying, look, y'all can have all the rights you want to, but the federal government and the military, we're stronger than any of y'all.
They ain't nobody trying to take over the federal government.
Okay, trying to be sure.
Right.
What we had happen at the Capitol building was some very fired up people went over the line, went too far. And the one thing they won't address when they say, well, why did this happen? How does this happen? We got to have a committee. We got to talk about it. We got to do a research on it. Let me tell you why they got rowdy as they did. Okay. Can I just share this with everybody? This is, let me give you the insight. They saw people riot all summer long and nothing was done about it. So they figured it was free game to do what they wanted to do. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Well,
ask one of them that was there.
I mean, I wouldn't want to live in this kind of chaos, but I do think that the commander in chief also, I think what he forgets sometimes if governments get out of hand and they start overreaching and they become tyrannical, I think the assumption that all of the military and all the weapons will line up with the central government is probably a little bit delusional too.
Right.
It normally doesn't go that way. Because there may actually be people in the military that think that the government is unfit, and
they're trying to purge them right now. By the way, I don't know if you've seen that.
And now I hope I don't want to. I hope we never get to that. I wish we would all operate in this constitutional republic the way it was designed. But if the people ever get to the point where they think that system doesn't work anymore, and that's when you start having problems. Let's go to Craig in Georgia. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. I was kind of wondering where Joe Biden was getting the Constitution that he was reading from, because he's been in Washington long enough. He should be able to quote verbatim everything in the libraries of Congress.
Yeah, I think sometimes politicians are actually extremely well versed on the Constitution. They're just hoping you're not.
Yeah, that's right. They want to sell you on another version of it.
They're just hoping you aren't. Moving to a different topic, Ed in Huntsville. Ed, go ahead. Welcome, 100.3 The River.
Good morning, my fellow biggins.
Hey, man.
Hey, dude, I don't want to get too much in the context of the story I'm fixing to tell you about, but if you look on Channel 48's website here in Huntsville, yesterday they were talking about IKEA in Atlanta celebrating Juneteenth by buying their employees lunch. And they weren't very happy with the lunch they got.
Well, you talking about the menu?
Yeah.
Yeah, and some people are
Is
calling
this
it
where food's racist again.
being tone deaf and all that and all that stuff. Well, the menu had
Greg?
some things on it that sometimes might be considered.
So Fuzzy Zeller made the menu.
Yeah, well,
did. That's a great
I've
one.
never understood why.
But I like everything on that menu.
Yeah, why some of the.
Yeah, you would. You're white.
Well, the first two is what caught all the headlines: fried chicken and watermelon.
Well,
and I've never understood, because I love those two. I don't know how that can be assigned to a group of people and then it's become racist. I just do not get it.
Look, I mean, there's food, ethnic, different eat, towards their culture, whatever.
But
I'm like, you, what? That's not. I don't. I don't know.
I will say this: I agree with everything you guys are saying. That food is somehow racist. I think all that's silly. I think that you either like food or you don't like certain kinds of food. I like everything on that menu very, very much.
Yeah.
Because I'm from the South.
It's more of that.
But you do have to be a little smarter than that, don't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
because you
That's
saw
a shame.
I got. There's the way the world should be.
I got you.
But then there's the way the world is.
Because that looked a great menu to me.
Oh yeah, matter of fact,
I want that
starving.
lunch. I saw that. I'm like, I'm in for that lunch right there.
You get me fried chicken, watermelon, collard greens, potato salad,
mac and cheese.
I'm all in. But what I'm saying is, doesn't somebody sitting in a conference room say, now let me be clear, we're going to show that we're celebrating Juneteenth, the Emancipation Proclamation, and slaves finding out that they are free that didn't know it. All a great thing to celebrate. So are you kidding me? Are we really going to go out there and serve fried chicken and watermelon? Are we this stupid? And I'm not saying that I agree with that, but you got to be smarter than that.
Yeah.
Don't you have to be
It's a
smarter?
shame,
Don't you have to be
but
smarter than that?
I guess it's a shame.
Right. As gentle as the dove, but as wise as the serpent. Sorry, Bubba. And that lacked a little wisdom, I think. Especially when you're trying to be sharp and show that you're so advanced and so woke. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bespoke Post, part of the Rick and Bubba family now. And what do they do? Well, I'll tell you what they do. They'll send you a box of awesome. What is a box of awesome? That's a great question. Well, these are boxes that come to you, and you can do them monthly, or you can do them, every now and then. And what they do is you can send them as gifts as well. You do a little questionnaire and kind of let the folks at Bespoke Post know the things that you're really interested in, things you think are cool. And then, either for yourself or someone as a gift, they'll send you or that person a box of awesome, and it'll have some cool items in there. They cost $45 a box, and they're guaranteed to have at least $70 worth of stuff in there. And the stuff they send is based on the answers to the questions. They help their team create the box of awesome that is uniquely you or uniquely the person you'll be sending the box to. It's free and super easy to sign up. You can skip a month. You can cancel anytime without any hassles at all. And if you go to boxofawesome.com right now and enter the code Bubba at checkout, we will get you 20% off that first box you send out. So go check it out today, folks. Put in your first order, and then you can kind of see what this is all about. Get your box of awesome right now by going to boxofawesome.com, code Bubba, for 20% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, Bubba, I understand you have a story from yesterday in the world of Bubba.
Well, Rick, we've been talking about the show, and, we're all getting a little bit older now.
We are.
How long have you been on the show now, Greg?
Be 14 years in August.
Hams, how long?
What did he say, 14 to 13?
Wow.
Yeah, 13 in October.
So, we're going on 28.
Adler, how long have you been here?
Should be 12, probably.
12 years?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
So,
Is it 12?
Oh, here, I thought the winter was
6 months after Helms. Is that right?
Yeah, probably so.
Do you
Yeah, it
remember?
was shortly after. It was less than a year.
Yeah, it was less than a year after Helms.
Remember, Bubba and I are talking about aging, so we have no idea. We just, right.
And so, and the things that go along with that, and the pull muscles, and knee surgeries and all that kind of
just
stuff.
all kinds of things. Yeah.
Last night I had a new experience though that I haven't had yet. My office is upstairs in a bedroom, and I was bringing some stuff down the stairs. I had a big bag of garbage and some paperwork, and we're always cleaning up, moving stuff out. And, I'm coming down the steps, and I hear Betty say something about she'd moved my keys. The next thing I know, I am laying in the floor.
What?
Stuff everywhere. Dog coming to lick me and check on me.
What?
And I guess I fell down the steps.
You
First
did?
time I've ever
Wait
done
a minute,
that.
you fell down the steps?
I did.
Head over heels or sideways roll?
Luckily for me, I was close to the bottom. But I don't even know. This is the bad thing. I don't even know what I did. I don't know if I missed the last step.
Would you black
Or
out?
thought I was on
End
the
up on your
floor and
back?
I wasn't.
Did you end up on your back or on your side? Or
Rick, at one point, I go barreling into the wall head first.
That
Well,
wasn't
you know
noisy
what,
at
man?
all.
And
I bet
then
it sounded
I bounce
like
back and hit the
earthquake.
floor. And it's so funny because
gosh, if I could have seen it.
when you're younger, the first thing you do when you fall is you try to hop up real quick. Now, when you get older, you don't do that.
No.
You start running the checklist. You go, okay, I'm not paralyzed. I feel my toes.
Right, you're right.
And then you think, hip. That's the first thing.
That's the first thing.
And
to
my
go.
hips feel okay.
That brittle hip.
And then you look down. I don't see bones sticking out anywhere.
Right.
I think I'm all right there. And then you just, but you go, let me lay here just a minute.
Let me see what all works.
Let me just be sure I'm all right before I try to get up.
What happened to your bag of trash?
Try to get up. Well, it went everywhere.
Man.
So, of course, Betty comes in. It did make a noise. And
I bet it did.
It was, it's kind of embarrassing. I think it hurt my feelings more than it hurt anything.
She
Of
thought
course,
they were-
Betty's treating me, now like I have a broke. Hey, you okay? Are you sore? Are you hurting? No, I'm fine. I just fell down the steps.
All right.
Sound like the Anderson Army Depot when they shoot them tanks and the windows of the house would rattle.
I remember that.
But how embarrassing to fall down steps.
Yeah, it's not good.
And it wasn't one of those where your feet
So you
slip
didn't break
and
your fall at all.
you go to the butt. I went forward. I mean, I must have. Did
you get
our
overextended?
steps? No, and we've had other people do this. Our steps have like a wooden. They have wood on top. It's like a finished wood, and so is the floor. So that as you get close to the floor, there's a little bit of a visual displacement there. We need like an edge on it there or something.
I wish it was a video.
You know why we?
It would have been.
You know why we're
precious.
concerned about that setup, don't you? For the elderly.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
So.
Oh, I know. I heard all about it last night.
Are we gonna have to get Bubba? Bubba, you're gonna have to downsize. Get a one-level house. You can't do steps anymore.
Gotta go one level.
That or a ramp.
Well, you know what? I hope there's nothing important you have to do at that office. You can get to. We can't get there.
Or get one of them little chairs that carry you up.
Oh my gosh! If you get one of them chairs,
picture him riding it.
I think he'd do it.
Oh yeah,
I think he'd do it.
Bubba would love one of those. They'd do it now.
He would.
Well, there is a side of me that would like to ride one. You know, has anybody got one? We can come ride. What's the weight limit on it?
Oh, that's a good
I bet
question.
it's high because a lot of people with weight have to use them.
Yeah, you're right. If it can get Big Mama Womp Womp up there, it can get you up there.
I bet it's made for some.
Doesn't it look like it'd be fun to ride?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a little slow. Maybe if you can speed one up.
You could, check your email while you're going up.
Yeah.
So how much you go now?
Oh, I don't know. About 270.
Something.
Which means 280.
Nah, it ain't quite.
Well, you always, the first number we throw out's always a little low.
That's just human nature.
Yeah, that's just human nature.
Well, I do. I know. I think that's about it. Yeah, somewhere in there.
274.
Somewhere around there. It's too much. I know that. Yeah, I was down to 220 one time. That's when you said I looked sick.
Well, that was that time I was getting worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was like,
I don't think we're in any real danger of that.
No, now you're back. All those.
Say, don't worry about getting worried.
Hey,
all those places.
Don't
great.
lose sleep tonight.
All those places great that weren't filled in. They're back filled in again. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes people start getting kind of a skeleton
that
look.
hollowed look.
Yeah,
Your eyes look hollowed.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
Especially big people, because we've been so used to our faces not being wrinkle free and stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. That's one good thing
Not
about
that we
being
don't have
fat,
them, they're just filled in.
Most fat people don't have wrinkles in their
Well, they
face.
can't. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
It's like collagen.
Right. You ever
We
tried
got natural collagen.
You ever tried to get wrinkles on a balloon? You can't. You got to let air out. You got to let air out.
No, you've never seen a wrinkled beach ball.
Never.
Not till the air's let out a little bit. So, gosh, Bubba, so you don't even know how it happened.
No, it kind of made me mad though.
Was it tough?
Yeah, it
getting
made
up?
you mad.
Well, yeah, it's always tough for me getting up.
Right.
You know, I got it. My knees are terrible. And I got one.
And just papers
I think
everywhere
I
that-
got one right now. I think I've torn a meniscus in it again.
Oh,
Bubba, what are you doing?
Not from this fall. It was before.
Yeah. From what?
Just walking around, I
Just
guess.
life.
Yeah. Just daily grind.
Them on knees, they got a job to do. Don't
Because he was really pushing the knee replacement the other day.
I know. I heard that.
He
I
was
heard that.
really.
I was shocked at a lot of the back and forth there. I happened to witness that entire conversation.
Well, I just, there's a lot of people had them. They're very successful. I just, I don't want to go till I have to.
Right. Well, it's a lot. It's
Are we not there yet?
When are you going to define how?
I mean,
How many times your knees going to buckle on the steps before you do it?
Okay, let's write yesterday down.
Yeah. Put yesterday down as we work our way there. But the knee replacement and the hip replacement, they're not near as brutal as they used to be.
Well, I know a lot of people with a hip. But
The hip's come a long way.
The hip is is probably the least evasive now. I think.
Yeah, it's come a long
but
way.
the knee's still a handle, man.
But at least they don't do one size fits all anymore. They
They
customize
got other
it,
ways to
and
do
it makes it a little better. I mean, it's no fun.
I don't know. There's something about cutting into your bone off, ramming metal in there. I don't know. It
Well,
can't be good for
it goes
you.
back to the quality of life. If you're okay, you don't need it. It gets to the point where you might be screaming, replace it. I don't care what it takes.
Well, like I know a lot of people with knee replacements, and most of the time, the first 2 weeks they scream, "What a mistake! I'll never do it again." But a year later, they love it.
Yeah, they love it. Yeah.
The first 2 weeks, I hear bad.
Yeah, well, I have the foot issue, and I was told as straightforward as I could by everybody involved, including the people that would take my money. Unless you need to get to the point that you cannot function and have life to get this done, because the recovery of what
Or
we
maybe
have,
falling down steps all the time.
the recovery of what we'd have to do to your foot, Rick, would be so miserable. You need to get to the point where the agony of it is so miserable that the recovery is worth
Quality
it.
of life.
And do you plan on doing anything other than host radio shows and speak?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
not.
And I was like, no, not really.
I mean, I'm not to Gerald Ford level yet, or you fall a lot with your ankle.
Yeah.
But
But you did fall yesterday.
boy, in immediately you think,
tumbled.
You think hip. Oh, hip's
Yeah, I mean,
what that was a tumble.
the good news, I had a lot of padding. So
yeah, that's the good news. But I mean, do we have to start thinking about your office needs to be somewhere else? I mean, if it's going to be a hazard.
well, the problem is we got. I mean, it steps up, steps down. You're looking at steps either way.
Well,
here step, there
now
step.
you're gonna have to be. Now you have to be that guy with the main level office.
I want to know about them little chairs that carry you up and down. What are they called?
He's considering one of these chairs.
So you would consider that before knee replacement?
Yo, I'm the one that's got the bulletproof backpack. I'm just curious about things.
Right.
Huh? I'm a curious child.
I believe
Greg.
you could probably fit it in.
I like to
now
ask
that
questions.
you've sold the farm, you're out there.
I'm a curious child. I got questions.
Why don't you have
I
them?
wanna know.
Why
I
don't you
wanna
have
know
them
how
come put the chair in?
I don't want to put one in. I just maybe want to ride in one.
You gonna test it out?
Yeah, test it out a little bit.
15 minutes to the top.
Or put in an elevator.
866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number.
Day without a
So, Bubba, it's happened. Greg, and you brought up a great point I'd forgotten about. Isn't it true that one time we were talking about a charity that provides these vans for children who have physical disabilities?
No, it was the ATV things, like wheelchairs with like tracks on,
that's
where
right.
you can go hunting through mud.
The wheelchairs with
they had tracks like a
for
tank.
for people who have physical
can't walk.
Who can't. Yeah. And Bubba wanted one.
Yeah, Bubba asked him. I thought he was going to order one that day.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that.
Yeah, I mean,
but he did.
It was the fact it had a track drive on it, and I thought that was interesting.
I know.
And you wanted to go out in the woods. And
I
hunt,
did play with it. I did ride in it for a minute. It was kind of neat.
And now he's asking about these chairs.
Well, I was wondering.
Alexis is on the phone. I'm sorry, that's the name. I hope I'm not making some of your. Alexis, go ahead. This is the Rick and Bubba Show.
I just said he got in one.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Picture a minute riding around. Picture a minute riding around.
We're good, Alexis.
Poor child.
Look like he just choked on the worst. He's choked on bacon, and that's the worst. That's the one you can't get rid of him. It's over. We won't have him for 2 segments.
That's right.
All right, go ahead, Alexis. Bubba's trying to listen while he chokes on bacon. But by the way, a fat guy choking on bacon is like a poster. All right, go ahead.
Well, just to answer your question from earlier, the weight limit on basic stair lifts are about 300 pounds. I actually installed them in Alabama.
Okay.
So I'm here for any of your stair lift questions.
Oh,
would you
Bubba,
mind?
if you could speak,
would you at least go over there and assess Bubba's staircase? See if he is. Will it work on most any staircase?
It will, as long as it's about, your standard 36-inch wide, 32, 36, anything over that, you're perfect. It'll work.
Bubba, I know you can't talk. Just nod if yours meets that criteria. Yeah, he's nodding. Yes. Okay. So what?
Rick, Bubba, he's wanting to know about this chair. We have a caller who installs them, but he can't talk to him because he's choking on bacon. Back to why we need a chair.
Right. That's what I was going to say. Maybe this is a bigger message.
We have the
here.
one caller who actually knows. Bubba, we always talk about missed opportunities.
This got to be one of the greatest scenarios ever. The guy who's worried about a chair lift is choking on bacon. He can't hear about it.
He's got all kinds of questions.
Okay, Bubba, can you write them down and hand them over here?
Yeah.
All right. So
Sign language.
300 pounds is the limit. It goes up most any staircase. What kind of numbers we talking for one of these chairs? What's the price range?
See, there's a next step up which can hold 400 pounds. That's a little bit more top of the line.
Well,
just for comfort, maybe to go to that. Not that you need.
Let's
400.
go to that. I don't like him sitting there knowing 20 pounds means he can't use it anymore.
That's good.
And
there'll be more.
Let's give him
about 3,500.
Let's give him some more. 3,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he said, "What time can y'all get there?"
Yeah. And that also tells me that Speedy will never be able to use one of these.
No, Speedy will have to crawl upstairs.
Do they come in different speeds?
Yeah, I want to know that.
They don't. So they pretty much all travel between 18 to 20 feet per minute.
Oh boy, you can check
It's
your
not
email.
the speed of light.
Like a glazier.
So let me ask you this: what powers that? Is it electrical motor? How does it work?
It runs off of 2 batteries. So it runs off of 2 12-volt, 3-amp batteries, but you have a charger that just has a constant charge to those batteries.
So you trickle charge them.
So really, it moves at the speed of a fast food employee going to get my meal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick, you know what's going to happen. You get halfway up, you go all the hell with it. You get out, you start walking.
Are there different brands, or is there just one major one?
There are multiple brands, yes.
Okay.
All right, which one do you suggest?
I would either go with a Bruno or a Harmar.
What's the second one?
Harmar. Harmar.
Bruno, Bubba's writing this down.
Rick, he's serious.
He's writing it down.
That fall yesterday scared him.
Rick, and I just noticed, you know what he just did? I look over, you remember the business card from the guy with the wheelchair stuff? He just pulled that out again.
You got to admit, that track drive.
It really was, Bubba, but it's intended for people who can't walk.
The one where
so
you
they
stood
can go
up,
in the woods.
You know, when
Do you want me to get Alexis' number? Do you want Alexis' number?
Just email me.
Alexis, email. You know, look, I know a good
It's your
salesperson.
fault. You got me. You saw me eating bacon. You went for the laugh.
I did.
Thanks.
Alexis, you know when you're a salesperson, you can just sense there's a buy coming. So you get aggressive. All right, thanks. See,
I think you got to go with Harmar.
Nah, I like for some reason I want to walk in and see him going upstairs with the big word Bruno on the back of it.
Look, there it is. Look at that picture right there.
There he goes.
Doesn't that look like comfort?
It does.
Rick, picture that.
I can picture it.
I'd like him a little faster.
Yeah, we need a little more speed. Give
I
me
know
an
they're
option.
worried about people falling.
But let me give him an option that I can push it up
if
quicker.
I want to crank it up.
I know what'll happen. No, me ma will get in there and fire it up, and she. I don't know how this happened.
I can't stop.
I know.
Oh, there's Bubba.
Bubba, seriously, you realize that's what's
Well,
up.
you got to prepare for the future, guys.
Bubba, I think every person in these ads are at least 80 and up. I haven't seen one ad yet with anybody that's not 80-year-old.
Oh, Bubba, look, here's where you can go try one. Kathy, you mind? Can you head toward Heflin anytime soon?
I can probably make a trip.
Kathy, Cleveland County, go ahead.
Hey. Hey, so we're over here in Cleveland County, over here in Heflin. We have one in the courthouse.
Oh, boy.
So it's a public building. You can come try it.
Go over and ride it.
Yeah,
We'll film it.
Yeah, go ride it. See how it feels.
Will they let anybody on it?
I want to know if she had wrote it. Did she test it out?
What about? All right, Lisa says you should go elevator instead. Now I got to tell you that's gonna be more than $3,500.
Yeah, I'm scared you'll get hung in it.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the cost and maintenance of having one of these stair lifts? Think of that. If you just do a little addition onto your house and put in an elevator, it'll increase the value of your home, and you will have a lot more use. Like when you have heavy things to carry up and down, you'll be able to do multitasking rather than just a flimsy old stair thing. I mean, no offense. I know that that's not an option. That's a great option for a lot of folks. But I would really think about, even if you had to build the elevator on an outside wall. You know what I mean?
I'd be afraid I'd get hung up between floors.
All right, look, you know,
when we've looked at a lot of houses that have elevators in them, I'm shocked how many do.
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
Lisa,
myself.
do you sell elevators?
No, sir, but my parents have one at their beach house, and let me tell you, when you're lugging up and down with luggage and stuff, you are grateful for that thing.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah,
and that's another thing about those chairs; they look sharp in your house as far as the home decor.
By the way, that
they look good.
Once that chair's installed, get your things in order.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's a sign.
That's a definite milestone.
That is it. Be sure everything is in order.
Picture Bubba putting his seatbelt on.
There are two things you need to do: install the chair and then go into the office when everybody rides up or walks up beside you, and show everybody where the life insurance is, where the will is,
your pre-need plan.
Your pre-need plan.
I'm picturing this. We get there, knock on the door. Betty yells, "Bill, the guys are here." Here it comes from the top. Hey, fellas. And we got to wait because it takes forever.
Yeah, we cover everything we came to before he ever gets to the bottom.
When he gets to the bottom, we're ready to leave.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Hey, wait a minute, guys.
You guys want to go to lunch? Yeah, but I mean, by the time you get down here, we're gonna be in line. Oh, that's good.
That's good stuff.
That's dandy.
That is dandy.
What a low moment yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Laying there.
If you can get one of those and then one of them dogs that breaks your fall, and you'll have it all covered.
Well, I don't pass out that I know of.
Well, yesterday.
Well, that was different.
Top of the hour.
We'll put an edge on that step.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Team Rick and Bubba moving through another day. Interns at Rick and Bubba University barbecue smoke neck today, and the winner earning their degree in common sense. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy, you okay?
Rick, good to be here. Thank all of you for allowing us to do so.
Did you get a email or text from your wife on the chair?
Betty fired up about her new furniture you getting her?
Betty said, you are not getting a chair. You're going to physical therapy when we get back from vacation. If we have to have knee surgery or knee replacement,
no chair.
We're getting it done.
Uh-oh.
And then I text back and I said, they come in different colors and styles to match every decor.
They're fancy now. It ain't like they used to be.
It sounds like Betty's about to start acting like Britney Spears' daddy.
Wow, how about that?
This free Britney Spears story gets weirder.
I know. Every time I look, you got different headlines and different weirdness. Her dad living in an RV, even though he makes like $20 grand a month, or I don't know.
It's pretty strange, the whole thing.
I'll tell you what it is.
Look, I'm not here to tell you Britney Spears has got it together. Okay, I'm not trying to sell that position today.
That's going to be an uphill climb. It's going to be like trying to get down the steps.
But everybody seems to be worried about her mental status, but they have no problem kicking her out on stage to perform.
Yeah, get on out there and sing and dance.
So, how about this, Greg? I don't believe that you can take care of your children, take care of your finances, and we put forced birth control on you. But I'll tell you one thing: you can still sing and dance. Why don't you roll out there and see if we can
get you a glittery outfit on and have at it.
See if we can't sell some tickets.
Britney Spears may run through every dime she's got, but she's what?
39?
39 years old. She's 40 years old. Let the girl have her money and let it fall.
Now,
where
she's
it
got
may.
that look on her face.
She does.
I know. I'm not saying she's going to manage it. Well, she may
you.
be penniless, living under a bridge in 3 years.
Yeah.
But it's her money. Let her have it. She's a grown-up. I mean, unless they can prove that she needs to be, living in a home somewhere, she can't take care of it. Let her have it and run through it like every other, celebrity idiot.
It's a common tale.
Well,
if I was the judge and I really care, and I'm going to assume and take her dad's concern on face value, okay? And I know we could probably debate that. But I'm going to say he really does care about her. He is concerned. And I'm the judge. She's got $60 million, right? That's what they're saying.
It says she's worth $60 million. I don't know how that
I would say this.
property
If I was the judge, I would say, Dad, I'm going to assign you $1 million to manage for her. Your payment for doing that will be 1% of the total value of that at the end of the year, or 10% of the profit that year, whichever is most, and you take care of that for her. That is her security blanket if all else fails. Guys, it's $1 million. Now, the other $59 million, give it to Britney. Let her do what she wants to do with it.
Yeah.
Case closed. Get out of my court.
So here's
Justin Timberlake's mad about it.
Is he?
I mean, everywhere you look,
everybody's free
there's a new
Britney.
article.
Have you seen the mobs out there?
I don't know how K-Fed feels about it.
Yeah. Now I will say this:
K-Fed wants her to have her money.
Yeah,
I bet he does.
Because probably it's holding up him getting
Well,
some.
he did try to sue her. Was it a year or so ago? Because he claimed her lifestyle is way ahead of his. And when he has his kids, he said it's not fair that he should be able to offer them the type of lifestyle.
Yeah, K-Fed wants her to get the money back so he can swoop in and manipulate it away from her.
Yeah.
And that might happen. And I'm with you, Bubba. I understand people's concern. My goodness, she's 39 years old.
Right.
And what is this about the dad lives in an RV? What are you talking about?
There was some article on that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Well, she took the stand in this case about her getting her conservatorship back, however you say that. And she says, I don't think I have been heard at any level. She said, because when she spoke in court in 2019. And during the speech, she alleged that her father loved the control that he held over her as the conservator. And she said, I want changes. I want changes going forward. Said, I do not want to be evaluated to determine if I've regained the level of mental capacity that someone wants me to have. I just want my life back. All I want is to own my money. Now, this doesn't help, okay? Because right now you're going, hey, this makes a lot of sense. But for her to say one of the reasons she wants her money back does not help her case a little bit. Would you like to know why? I would like my boyfriend to be able to drive me in his car.
What? How's that got to do with her getting her money back?
I don't know. All I want to own my own money and for my boyfriend to be able to drive me in his car. Is he not allowed to drive her in his car?
Now, that is a little much.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't handle money, that's one thing. But we decide who you get to ride with.
But why would that be? She says, I want to sue my family. And she's saying that, and I understand she's 39, the boyfriend's 27, so we probably haven't learned everything we need to learn. And she talks about the drugs that she's been put on. She said, I felt these drugs made me feel drunk. I couldn't even have a conversation with my mom or dad about anything. She says that her dad has forced her into all kinds of care, including 6 different nurses, 7 psychiatric evaluations. And I think you guys were telling me, I'm looking to see if it's in here, that he's forced some sort of birth control on her?
Yes, that's according to her. She does have birth control in place, and she would like to remove it.
And ride around the car with a boyfriend.
Yeah. Said my family hasn't done anything for me. Anything I have to do, my dad has to approve it. And she says she really doesn't have access to anything except him, and she can't do anything without him approving it. And she said, it's not okay to be forced to do anything I don't want to do. This needs to end. I truly believe this is abusive. Says she's not happy, can't sleep, gets angry, says it's insane. I think I take that word out. She says, I'm depressed, and my dad and anyone involved in this, including my management, they should all be put in jail. And she tries to remind everybody that they work for me, not my dad.
Of course, now, Rick, her dad here, and we were talking about this. I don't know what this has to do with the story, but basically he lives in an RV parked on the outskirts of the town she grew up in, outside a warehouse that stores much of the memorabilia amassed over the course of her career. Mm-hmm. Now, here's although he mostly keeps to himself, Jamie is apparently a regular at the VFW bar and known in the small town for hosting catfish balls. This is according to his former football coach, Elton Shaw. I don't know what that's got to do with it.
I don't even.
I mean, what's that? What's this story?
Bubba, I think I'm with you. I'm not a psychiatrist, okay? Nor even though I play one here on the show, but
sure.
I would say I think it's time for 39-year-old Britney Spears,
free Britney,
to have more control over, and she may completely destroy it.
Sure.
Okay. And
she made the money, y'all.
Yeah. And I'm with you. Isn't there some way to say, Dad, hold some of this over here and give her the rest of it?
Give her give him $1 million as a security blanket, last case scenario. Let her have the rest of it and do what all the rest of the celebrities do and go through it.
Now, I'm not an accountant either, but I know just because somebody's worth $60 million doesn't mean they have $60 million in cash.
It may not be liquid. Yeah.
So I'd look at what was liquid. And I'd say, all right, let's shave some off of the liquid for Dad to hold, but Britney gets the rest of it, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that she should be in this situation. It doesn't sound like. But again, the dad is saying, and I'm not even saying where the dad's coming from isn't an understandable place.
Right.
But she's 39 years old.
Yeah, I'm taking him on face value that he is trying to help. And he's in this for the right reason, and that's fine. A dad should do that. But give her money. Keep, a security blanket of $1 million. Let him keep that for a worst case scenario, which I'm sure you'll probably need.
Right.
But do that. Let her live her life. She's free. You can't hand walk her through all this. Come on.
Now, for the dad to claim that he should be the person in control while living in an RV and going over to the VFW with doing catfish.
Crawfish bowls.
Well, you got to go,
bowls, yeah.
Rick. You got to go and eat. A lot of people go to the
Rick, according
VFW.
to Elton Shaw,
his
former football.
Well, it just feels, like. So, what a bizarro story.
Oh boy,
sad stuff. When we come back, have you seen this building collapse in Miami? Man, that's weird.
Yeah.
So they're discussing that still. The mayor's updating that as we speak. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back, and Adler has this up for video and stuff again for us today for the YouTubers. This thing about this building collapsing in Miami, and it's in Surfside, which I'm not familiar with that part, and there's some tough stuff going on with it. That we do have we have a boy who is alive. Firefighters have pulled from the rubble of the building's collapse, but it doesn't look. I mean, when you look at this building, look, and it looks as if
it's just like one side of it collapsed, and nobody's mentioning. I mean, they're not saying what happened. I don't think they know, but nobody has mentioned a bomb or.
I know
when you see the aftermath, it looks like a bomb, but I mean,
it looks just like one.
But they're not saying that.
No, there was no. They said it felt like an earthquake. Is one witness.
Well, but what was the structural problem that caused this? Some of you that are architects may know, or this is
some of you guys that know this kind of stuff. How does this even happen?
You're an engineer or something. Maybe you're familiar with this. Look, there's the board.
They pulled 35 survivors, but only one dead so far. Is that right?
Oh my goodness!
I don't see how. Really looking at it, I don't see how there's not hundreds of people dead.
They say it says right here that they had been doing work on the roof recently, but they don't know if that's a factor or not. And they say this is not an old building. There's no reason it should have collapsed. It didn't like it was old and deteriorated over the years or something.
Well, since the whole building didn't collapse, only this one part. Is this?
Wow, look at it.
Is it an engineering flaw on the people who built it, or is there some sort of?
Let's say you're the contractor who built the building. I bet you're nervous right now.
Yeah, if there's no bomb, then yeah, Rick, that would be it. I mean, because what else would it be? But,
well, there was obviously a problem somewhere. But they're having a press conference right now at this moment on it, so maybe we'll know more information.
Well, now this woman here says she heard a big explosion, and then it felt like a hurricane. Well, did you hear an explosion?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That doesn't look like a flaw in the engineering.
No, it doesn't. It looks like a bomb. That's what it looks like, an explosion.
It reminds you of the Oklahoma City, not quite as bad, but that type of damage.
Yeah, like I said, it may not be. When I say bomb, I say a bomb, I just mean an explosion. It might have been something that wasn't planned, but some kind of explosion is what that looks like. Yeah. So I don't know. So, but we are getting a press conference right now. 10 victims treated on the scene, 2 hospitalized. And did you say you thought 1 death?
I think we heard that earlier, but it's still details very sketchy.
So anyway, I don't know. We'll continue to try to get information on it as made available. But that's a weird deal. Also, speaking of properties, we were talking about this. We remember the horrifying story where the tragic death of a 2-year-old at Disney World that was killed by an alligator. Did you know it says that Disney World and wildlife officials have removed 250 alligators from areas where the people going to Disney would be? And it says a lot of them had to be euthanized because of them being dangerous. So Disney World, since that little boy's tragic death, 250 alligators have been removed. So I guess after that they did realize, well, maybe this whole thing of just having alligators around, maybe it is a big deal.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, they've let
a great
them,
idea.
I mean, I think they've let them get out of control.
Exactly.
I mean, when we were kids, you never heard of alligators down there, and now. They used to have alligator shoes and belts and all that stuff, and now they're everywhere.
Did you just say they used to have alligator shoes and belts?
Shoes and belts business been down?
Well, you remember? I mean, the environmentalists got involved, and the numbers of gators down there just skyrocketed.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Now I will tell you what, there is an attempt down in Louisiana to keep them numbers down. They bring a lot of them in for shoes and belts and stuff like that, and meat.
Right.
But you're right. Florida, at one time we had them beat down, but boy, they're thriving now. Larry's out of Greenville. Larry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. Hey, Miami's got a bunch of older retired people living away. You don't think it was like a stair chairlift that was overloaded on one side overweight?
That's awful.
Terrible.
That is awful.
That's
so thank you for calling.
Terrible.
Good night. Tore the building down.
Could have been. How about when we're still looking for information on this, and sir, thank you for one of the theories, but we're having a terrible problem in our current society on supply and demand, and it's causing inflation, and we miscalculated that if we give people a pretty good chunk of money not to work, that they might not. They go, I prefer that. So now the breakdown has been we have plenty of stuff and we have plenty of demand, but we don't have the people who can get it to you because nobody wants to work. People are just and I started thinking, there's obvious places that this is causing problems. But guys, I ran into yesterday 2 places where I thought, okay, this is really getting out of hand. I'm talking about unexpected. So Big Love and I were spending the afternoon together, and we went out and had a little Japanese for dinner, and so a couple of things that happened to me yesterday. First of all, for the first time this has ever happened to me, I went from the office to get lunch, here in the plaza where we are, and I had 45 minutes for lunch because I had to get back for the Bible study. And I met Wingo there. We were going to chat a minute because he was coming to the Bible study that day. And we ordered our food and never got it. And it wasn't it wasn't because they forgot us. It wasn't because they missed it. They were just having online orders and pickup orders, and then the people inside the restaurant sitting down, and they honestly just don't have enough people to pull it off.
Wow.
And
so they couldn't process your order and get it to you in 45
No.
minutes.
So I finally just got up and I said, hey, because, I saw they were under duress. And I said, hey, no big deal. Just want you to know, don't worry about order number 30. I got to get back over here and do the Bible study. And they were like, hey, man, and I said, don't worry about it right now. Y'all are in the handle. So then I thought, well, that might have just been a unique situation. And you're going to be shocked at this, Bubba, because you're familiar with this company that started out of Birmingham. So, you got me and Big Love after dinner. What's the thing you think about? You want to hit dessert somewhere?
Yeah.
And so
who's got milkshakes close by?
Yeah, and he was like, man, I tell you what I want. I like to have one of them Steel City Pops. And this is these companies you have these pops that have these gourmet popsicles.
Oh, you remember we had an intern that worked there, used to keep us stocked.
And you have the creamy kind, which is your chocolates and your vanillas, and then you have the
fruity kind.
The fruity kinds, which is the frozen stuff. Usually you walk in there and it's got, they probably got 12, 15 of them you can choose from.
Oh, yeah.
We walked in. I'm talking about this is normal time. This is around 6 o'clock, okay? And they say, hey, just so you know, we've only got like maybe 5 flavors. And I was like, what?
What?
There was only one in the cream category, and it was avocado. And then they had. Then
that's no wonder they got that one left over.
And look,
Yeah.
and then
Plenty of them.
And then they only had about 5 of the fruit frozen ones. And I said, what happened? And they're like, I mean, you got to have people to make them. You got to, to keep up with the demand, especially in the summer. You got to have enough people actually making them pops and restocking. And I'm like, at 6 o'clock on a summer afternoon in Alabama, we're down to 5 flavors. And I was like, and then that's when you start wanting to do something.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, what's happening to our society? I mean, we can't even. It's affecting so many different places of society.
I said that ain't right. When you shut down a popsicle stand.
Yeah, my gosh, now the popsicle stands can't keep up.
Can't they just freeze them in the back?
But what I'm telling you is right now,
it ain't good.
When you want something, people may even have it, but to get it to you, that's where our breakdown is, guys. We don't have enough people working.
No.
And
sitting at home when that's wrong.
It's the new pandemic. People won't work.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. That was kind of cool as we continue to hear about more and more people leaving the high-taxed, bizarro worlds of liberal-run cities and states and moving into more conservative states, especially in the South. We had Big Daniel roll through here from California, basically saying, "Look, San Diego's nice, but buddy, everything costs a fortune."
Yes.
And everybody's getting weirder by the day in Cali. But what about a chance for you and your family to come to Sweet Home Alabama through AlabamaRoadTrips.com? I know you talk about putting together your adventurous family, a little road trip to the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. We can put that together for you with our friends at AlabamaRoadTrips.com. A $3,500 trip that we're going to take care of. We're going to give you $1,500 of spending money, and you can customize that trip however you want. Starts with family camp there at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, as I mentioned. Your family will be able to dress the part, too. You'll get your own aviation flight suit. That's going to be cool. Both adults and kids. The kids must be 7 and up. Will be launched into a mission to space, or you'll do an aerial combat scenario in these authentic simulators, and it is a blast. We'll announce the winner coming up on Friday, July the 9th. So if you have not registered your family yet, you can still do that. Why don't you win this out-of-this-world family road trip today at AlabamaRoadTrips.com, or you can find the link by simply going to rickandbubba.com, and it's in 2 places. You can find the link under sponsors, or you also can find it under the contest page. So, Bubba, some responses and emails.
Rick, from the topics that we had earlier this morning, let me find it here now. It got away from me. The question about medication went to the TSA site. It says TSA does not require that medicine be in the original prescription bottle, but it does say that you have to go by the state law of the state that you're in. Different states have different laws, and they are applicable to the situation. So, I guess that depends. It says, this is pretty funny, it says, illegal possession of prescription medication is an Alabama law. In our case, if it's prescribed and not over the counter, you must have the prescription with you at all times. So there you go for Alabama. The other thing on the mask, this is pretty funny. Lady says, I've flown quite a bit over the past few months with Delta. The mask mandate is the worst part of it. But if you eat or drink, you get to take your mask off.
I was told the same thing.
If you look around the plane, everyone has their mask off and they're nibbling on crackers.
Yeah. This is the insanity of these ridiculous notions, and that's all there are is notions. People told me the same thing. They said, if you want to get around the mask on the plane, just always be drinking keep drinking a bottle of water or a soft drink and or one of them good ones, and just keep nibbling on something. So as long as you need to use your mouth, you don't have to wear the mask. So
just find reasons to do that.
So how does that
insane.
keep?
Makes sense.
How does that keep the transfer of the virus? I mean, just logically, how does it?
It doesn't, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it goes back to this. Really, why is anybody on the plane? Back to Brad Stein's podcast with us. Why does anybody on the plane have to wear a mask? They're clearly sitting down.
Yeah.
So once you sit down in a restaurant, remember you're no longer kicking
It's
it
all
out.
about the attitude, altitude.
There you go, and attitude. Really, if you think about it. So my favorite is the new thing, the new CYA, where you go into a place that says on the door, all vaccinated people do not have to wear a mask, as if they know who's who.
Yeah.
Have you seen anybody stop that doesn't have one on? Go, I ain't allowed in.
Oh
Rick,
my gosh!
We have a story on that today. I'm not prepared right at this moment.
Oh no, we need to do this story because it's important.
But one of the doctors who invented the new mRNA process is giving his 2 cents, and you would think maybe his opinion is valuable.
Yeah, Dr. Robert Malone. We actually have that, and we have a video and everything, so we can put that together. And we come back, we'll do that. So we'll probably do that in the next segment. For those of you that are following the whole vaccine thing, Jerry Seinfeld. Now, have you ever heard Jerry do his bit about Pop-Tarts?
Yes.
Jerry rightfully has proclaimed the Pop-Tart is food excellence. This is perfection. You ever seen him do the bit where he walks in and says, "We've done it," and he's walking out like he's holding a Pop-Tart over his head?
I don't remember that bit, and I'm kind of mad because I love Pop-Tart.
Well, he talked about the whole thing about the way they do the packaging.
Oh,
and he goes, and inside the packaging, of course, he said perfection again. There's 2 in there because one's not enough and 3's too many.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. and one time, and this is not the Pop-Tart bit, but he'll bring Pop-Tarts back when he did the thing about all that we do to go like on a date or go do something. The most fun part is knowing you're going and getting ready to go. It's never what you actually do is never as good as preparing for it.
Yeah.
The movie's never as good as the fun of going to the movie and getting the popcorn and all that.
Yeah.
He said the restaurant food's never as good as you getting ready to go to the restaurant. He goes, let's face it, you're going to spend hundreds of dollars, and when the meal's over, if you're really honest, it wasn't as good as the Pop-Tart you had that morning.
You know, the only problem is they
don't
make that Pop-Tart that I love, you know, the chocolate one with the white icing.
I know
on
it'll
it.
come out
and
unlimited every now and then.
And there was a run of that, and I appreciate it. I know Lisa sent me
Lisa
a box.
bought you a
I
bunch of
really
boxes.
appreciate that, Lisa. That was good stuff.
So here
I'll
it
tell her to
is.
be on the lookout.
It says after about 15 years of Jerry Seinfeld being in the B movie, that's the last time he was in a movie. He's going to get back in the movie business with Unfrosted, a movie about the creation of the Pop-Tart.
See, I love that. I love that.
Yeah. So they said he's done
Unfrosted.
They said Netflix did the Comedians in Cars, which we've done that, eating breakfast or whatever that thing is, or drinking coffee, whatever it's called. He said, but the film's based on his famed Pop-Tart joke, which was the subject of a New York Times interview in 2012. He said, stuck at home watching endless sad faces on TV, I thought this would be a good time to make something based on pure silliness. So we took my Pop-Tart stand-up bit from my last Netflix special and exploded it into a giant, crazy comedy movie. And well,
there you go.
So we'll see. I mean, the Pop-Tart, I mean, it's like he talked about it as a kid. The first time a Pop-Tart was presented, he's like, it's been done.
Yeah.
This is the greatest thing. It is perfection.
When I was a kid, I would eat them cold.
1,000. Yeah, I never warm one up.
Well, now I warm them up. But when I was a kid, I can remember on Saturdays I would try to get up early because if you got up early, you could watch Ultraman.
Yes.
And I would eat a cold Pop-Tart while watching Ultraman. But a lot of times I slept through Ultraman. But I remember wanting to make sure if I could wake up and get in there because I loved it.
I remember eating a Pop-Tart, watching cartoons on Saturday morning, and thinking to myself correctly, it doesn't get any better than
No,
this.
it doesn't get. You give me a Pop-Tart and a little Ultraman.
Right. Yeah, I'm still
Rick followed by Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah, great. Look, I'm still in my pajamas, and I don't even know when I'm going to get out of it.
It's way earlier than I wanted to be up, but I'm up.
And when you're a kid sitting around in your pajamas all day, people applaud. You start doing this as an adult, everybody thinks you're a loser.
No, they set you up with counseling.
Right. Yeah. And
are you just waiting on your check?
But you know what?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't eat Pop-Tarts much anymore.
I've had a run on them lately.
They're back?
Well, I just only on weekends I'll get up and go, I'm gonna eat me a Pop-Tart.
Well, it's because they don't have the type I like.
Well, I go with either
unfrosted strawberry ones in there. I don't eat them.
Unfrosted blueberry and add butter to them. Put a little butter on top of them.
Yeah.
And overcook them a little bit. You know me, I want them dark.
Yes.
And I like the chocolate chip cookie dough ones are good.
Yeah. We have this going on in our house involving
Try that one, Bubba.
involving anything we toast. Sherry doesn't toast things enough.
No, I want them dark.
I'm like, honey,
Not burnt.
Do you just want warm bread? I mean, what are you doing?
When I do toast,
let's
I want
toast it.
mine black and crunchy.
I don't like undercooked pizza crust.
No, I don't
like
either.
Undercooked bread, like cornbread. I don't like it undercooked.
Oh no.
I want my stuff done brown. I want it brown. You got to burn it.
Got to be.
I like for it to be brown.
It needs to be crispy.
Biscuits. I hate when somebody pulls a biscuit too quick.
Well, you know, down at Camp House, you've made me put them back in there for a little bit longer.
Because we were starving. We wanted them then, but I said, Rick, really though?
We're going to regret it. We're going to have eaters regret.
Yeah.
And so you told me to put the biscuits back in a little longer because Chubby, he gets ready for his biscuits. Especially just coming out of the woods and you got a little bit of.
Oh yeah, give me a little biscuit.
Yeah, you warm it up in there at the house and you smell biscuits in the oven. Boy, Chubb's got everything wants to put on the biscuit out there ready to go.
You got all of the goodies.
You can go to it too quick and then you regret it. You're like, if I just waited a little
more golden brown.
Yes, I got it quicker, but it's not as good as it could have been.
A lot of inside white doughy.
Yeah. So Seinfeld's going to do a Pop-Tart movie. I can't wait to see that.
Oh, I know.
All right, when we come back.
Did you ever see that B movie he did?
Yeah.
Was it any good?
Yeah, it was.
It's a cartoon, right?
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the greatest movie I've ever seen, but I enjoyed it.
I'll see if Ellis likes it because I got to look for good things to watch that he likes.
Yeah, he might like that. All right, we'll come back. The vaccine talk from one of the guys that invented the technology.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. COVID-19 update. Dr. Robert Malone, Bubba, the inventor, as you mentioned, of mRNA technology.
All right, let's think about this now, Rick. We got Fauci out there. We've got head of CDC. We got all these people. But look, I'm going to go back to where it all started. What about the guy who invented the technology?
And that's him, Dr. Robert Malone, and he was interviewed by Fox News' Tucker Carlson. It's longer than what we have, but we're going to pick up to where Dr. Malone, we're going to give you about 2 minutes of this.
Courtesy of Fox News.
Courtesy of Fox News, covers a couple of things. Now, this is the inventor of mRNA technology, the inventor that worked on these vaccines, this technology. And here's some of the things he said to Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
I hope you'll tell us, do you have concerns about these vaccines for people who aren't at great risk?
Yes. I think that one of my concerns are that the government is not being transparent with us about what those risks are. And so I'm of the opinion that people have the right to decide whether to accept vaccine or not, especially since these are experimental vaccines. This is a fundamental right having to do with clinical research ethics. And so my concern is that I know that there are risks, but we don't have access to the data, and the data haven't been captured rigorously enough so that we can accurately assess those risks. And therefore, for folks like your audience, you and me, we don't really have the information that we need to make a reasonable decision.
Here's a simple formula that most people use when they're trying to think about, should I take this or that pharmaceutical? Do the benefits likely outweigh the risks? So for the specific the largest population in America being forced to take the vaccines right now are college students, kids between 18 and 22, a huge number of whom have already had and recovered from COVID, very few of whom stats show will die from COVID. For that population, particularly those who've already had the virus, do the benefits outweigh the risks in your view?
So I have a bias that the benefits probably don't outweigh the risks in that cohort, but unfortunately the risk-benefit analysis is not being done. So that's one of my other objections, is that we toss around these words risk-benefit analysis casually, as if it's very deep science. It's not. Normally, at this stage, the CDC ACIP would have performed those risk-benefit analyses. They would be data-based and science-based. They're not right now. It's kind of a little bit of the seat of the pants, and that I really object to. So you ask me, do I think the risk-benefit ratio is appropriate for this age cohort? The truth is, I can't really say. But certainly I can say that the risk-benefit ratio for those 18 and below doesn't justify vaccines, and there's a pretty good chance that it doesn't justify vaccination in these very young adults.
So there you go. This is the guy who invented the technology and says what we've been saying on this show. Anybody that tells you that they know the long-term effects of the virus or the vaccine, there's no way to know. And he says the same thing, and he says the government is not being transparent. And what I hear him saying is we developed these for people that COVID was going to kill. And so if you are a healthy person, a young person, or he did mention, which it's in the interview, but we have to do the whole 9 minutes, people who've already had the virus, there's really no reason for these people to take the vaccine. It was here to stop the spread and to protect those that it would be likely a death sentence or they're at a high risk of a death sentence. Everyone else should not be forced to take experimental pharmaceuticals. And that's what it is. It's an experimental pharmaceutical. Yeah. And if it's your choice and you want to do it, then that's fine.
And remember, it was cleared through because of the worldwide pandemic and the number of deaths. It didn't go through all the normal procedure. But the other hand, like I said, this stuff has been around for a long time. We just didn't have the money to bring it forward because it is a complicated process. Malone, the doctor you just heard, he pioneered the in vitro RNA transfection, also known as in vitro NRA something else, in 1987 and 88 at the Salk Institute, according to his biography. He did this on frog embryos and mice. Conventional vaccines, remember, are produced using weakened forms of the virus, but mRNA only uses the virus genetic code. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
So when an mRNA vaccine is injected into the body where it enters the cells and tells them to create the antigens, these antigens are recognized by the immune system and prepare to fight the coronavirus. No actual virus is needed when you use an mRNA vaccine. We've also talked about the fact, too, that this technology shows great, upside and upscale for cancer research, for cartilage research, for nerve regeneration research, but it's just we're in the early days of it. And like I say, hopefully there'll be a lot of spin-off technology of doing these vaccines that will become available. But back to the original point. We've had to do all this to stop a pandemic, so we don't have all those numbers he was talking about. I personally think the vaccine's safe. If you need it and you are in a high risk, I think this vaccine, vaccinating everybody from 8 to 80 is too much. And if you've had it, you don't need it. Not now. Not at this point.
Yeah, I think what
that's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor.
Well, he's just trying to be honest. He's saying we don't know. I don't know. We won't know the long-term effects of either. He's talking about the vaccine, but I would say either. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID either. And he said that they're not being transparent because he says the risk to benefit science is very elementary. They're acting like this is some deep deal, and he's like, but it really isn't. We could have this information and assess this. There's what he's suggesting. There's almost like the government doesn't want to do this simple process because they're afraid of what the results might be. I don't know. It makes it. And look, you get suspect anytime you have a government trying to force you to do something that people, even scientists, are saying, "Well, I'm not sure that's necessary."
Right.
I mean, should people take the vaccine? Sure. Do we think it's going to be okay? We do. If you think that COVID is going to kill you and you'd like not to worry about that, probably this is an option for you. And if you would like to keep from spreading it to someone that you think it might kill, then that's probably an option. But telling people that it must be done, or you're not a good American, you're not a good human being, and oh, by the way, whether you have natural antibodies or not, or whether you're a child, or whether you're, no matter what, we're going to pump this stuff into you, this mRNA technology, which is a genetic code of the virus. Another thing, and maybe it was in the long interview, I wish he would ask too, because I know it's happening in Israel right now. It happened in Massachusetts. We told you that, where all these people that have been vaccinated keep testing positive on COVID tests. Doesn't it kind of make a common sense thing, though? And none of them are really sick. They don't have bad symptoms. That maybe the vaccine is causing that positive?
Yeah, it's possible. Our testing is still second generation.
Right.
And that's part of the problem. You know what is even stranger about this, too, reading on in this story? This is the guy who invented the technology. He's one of the ground floor guys that was working on this in the 80s. He did a podcast explaining some of the things you've just seen on here. And did you know that YouTube flagged his podcast as misleading information about COVID-19? And then on one of his podcasts, it was actually taken off because they said he didn't know what he was talking about. The guy who invented it.
So they said the guy who invented the technology doesn't know what he's talking about?
So some guy at YouTube smarter than he is. Yeah, right. Give me a break. Come on, guys.
But see, this is what freaks everybody out. Can't we just have an open discussion about all this from everybody who actually has been working on it? And you can ask questions, you can oppose, say I don't agree, but you can't stop the conversation.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are with us. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Speedy on vacation. He will return next week, but he'll be hosting best of shows. Because then Bubba and I will be on vacation, and Adler will be on vacation. And the guys will rotate some days out too as we celebrate Independence Day. Are we still allowed to say 4th of July and Independence Day?
I'll have to check. Rick.
I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Rick and Bubba interns, the winner is taking phone calls this hour at 866 We Be Big. Barbecue Smoke Neck also helping out as they bang out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense now, a superpower. And welcome back. Number 12 on his jersey, number 1 in your heart, Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, I love. You know, remember we look at the people that are out there with these different worldviews, and there's no consistency, especially if it rolls from emotion. You know, at one moment we're told that human beings are no big deal. Human beings, how dare us? Human life is of no more value than the life of an animal.
Just tissue.
You know, let everything live the way that it wants to live. Bubba, unless, of course, that you don't agree with me, then you're not allowed to live the way you want to live. But But let's get a little more general. Human beings and animals. The worst thing that a human being can do, Greg, what's that? The worst thing a human being can do is interfere in the life of animals.
You can't step in and mess that.
And then of course we'll have somebody believe in evolution but want to save the bald eagle.
Exactly.
And so
yeah, I don't know if you can be for evolution and you can be for protecting any species.
No.
I thought that a true
you let them fall where they may,
adapt
right?
and survive or not.
I thought if you were a true Darwinist, it's the strong survive and the weak fade away, right?
That's right. If bald eagles can't pick good mating partners, so be it.
Right.
That's kind of on the eagle.
Huh?
If the spotted owl can't hack the other advanced animal, I'm sorry, just animal, human being. If the spotted owl can't deal with the lumber the human beings need, then the spotted owl has been erased by evolution. Correct?
There it is.
But they don't believe that. They say they believe it because really, can I just get down to it? We got people in this world that reject the existence of the one and only living God and those who don't. Because that's what this is all about. Because there's no consistency to it. It's really about I hate God. And that's why I say I'm an evolutionist. But then you go, if you're an evolutionist, you need to quit trying to save the spotted owl. No, I want to. and so now here we are tampering again. Now we would say, really, this is more of a biblical worldview. It's more of a biblical worldview where human beings were given the responsibility to kind of tend to the garden and to take care of creation. An evolutionist shouldn't be doing that. Well, we should take care of it. Why? You mean we have a responsibility to it? No. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's in the Bible. But we don't worship it. But anyway. So human beings, once again, have intervened, and they're missing the fallen creation that we are in, where human beings and animals kill other human beings and animals. Out in the animal world, if I need to eat, then I will kill another animal that I consider prey, and I consider myself a predator. Bubba, the name is kind of a name that gets all of our attention, Tasmanian devil.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And this little
made famous on Bugs Bunny.
Have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen this little aggressive creature go to town?
Do they actually spin like a tornado?
No, they do
See,
not.
that's what I picture. And I look at it looks like a big rat with fangs.
Yeah.
So the Tasmanian devil, a bunch of evolutionists have tried to save the Tasmanian devil because the population was dwindling. And
no, they're native. They're native to the country of Tasmania, which is an island.
Yeah, they said the endangered Tasmanian devil population led to thousands of seabirds being wiped out on an island in the Tasman Sea, according to the local environmentalists. So we thought the Tasmanian devil needed a new ecosystem, so we moved the Tasmanian devil to where beloved seabirds, penguins.
There's little small penguins, little mini penguins.
Little small.
Yeah.
Bubba,
look, there's some footage of one on the island right now, Rick. Look.
Yeah. How about Bubba? Now this is all under the 2012 Save the Tasmanian Devil program, or some people called it STDP.
Yes, we all know that.
This was an initiative that was between Australia and the Tasmanian government. But Bubba, I'm gonna tell you what, the conservation group BirdLife Tasmania said that the most recent government survey found a population of small penguins, of which there once was before the Tasmanian devil arrived, 3,000. Now that the Tasmanian devil has been put on this island, do you know how many of these little penguins we have now? That'd be zero.
Zip.
Not one.
Don't you know
left.
they had it like they liked it. They had them a little island. They were doing fine.
Yep.
And then man decides to throw the old devils in there with them. Look what happened.
Can I tell you what? If you're a small animal and suddenly you see the moving trucks coming into your island and you go, well, hey, we got new neighbors. And somebody says, who are they moving in here? Something called a Tasmanian devil. Look at that thing go nuts.
Did it never cross their mind? Though if the devil's going to eat.
If you just glance at it, it looks like a little mini bear.
He does. He's like, you're right. Now that I look at him, I kind of like to have one.
I don't think so. The biggest problem, and one of the things that was almost causing its extinction, was a transmissible and deadly facial tumor disease.
Well, isn't that just kind of something that happens?
Bubba, as a matter of fact, when they talk about the recovery efforts, they're saying it currently sits Tasmanian devils 100, the seabirds 0.
Zip.
Well, Rick, get this: when they transferred them to that island, there was only 28 of them.
Yep.
And they said within 3 years their population exploded to 100.
Yep. It's 100 to nothing.
And now they have nothing else to eat. So now they're mad, probably.
Now they're in trouble again.
When you take something did they not think when they looked at this island that they may eat these things? I don't know if there's another population of them on another island. That'd be like throwing an alligator gar in Coldwater Creek and eat all the pygmy sculpins.
So
no, you're right.
Let me be sure I understand.
Wow, what an analogy, Greg.
Because the pygmy sculpin is endangered.
Yeah.
They have totally eliminated the shearwater. That's the seabird you were talking about. And what's the name of the baby penguins? That's two different.
Yeah, there were two different.
They've killed two different species of birds.
If you're a bird and you're around the old TDs, look out.
So here's where the animal lovers have a problem. Okay, the Earth worshippers.
They have chosen Tasmanian devils over these other two species. They've wiped out two species to save one.
And now it has nothing.
And I'll
to
be
eat.
honest with you, I don't think we saved the best one.
And it's probably whatever else they're going to turn and eat now that all the others are gone. Sooner
And
or
they may
later, it's
end
just
up
going to be a
eating-
bunch of
they may-
Tasmanian devils.
It goes back to this.
Turn out eating each other.
Whatever these two species of birds are called, what we'll call tiny penguins.
Tiny penguins.
Tiny penguins.
Tiny penguins, tiny toes.
And whatever this other bird is, okay? So
it's
here's
called
what,
I had it.
sheer water something. Here's what we know. Here's what we know. If you went to these tiny penguins and you went to these shearwater birds and you said, we think the Tasmanian devil may go extinct, you know what they would say? Good.
Good. We don't have to keep running from
Good.
them.
Then our babies may live. They won't come eat us because if you're the prey of the predator, do you give a rip that one of them goes down? They're like,
No.
we had this island like we liked it. You bring a Tasmanian, they kill all of us. So what you do is, and Bubba just said it, and we're all 100% right on this. No, you're picking and choosing winners and losers like leftists always do.
You think a wildebeest would care if all the crocodiles disappeared?
No.
They'd be
you know
happy.
what they, know what they
It's one
say?
less.
You know what they say? A lot less stress getting across this water.
Yeah, I get a little drink, not worry about it.
Right. I get out here and give me a little pop when I need some water. Don't have to worry about my head being ripped off.
Out of the one water hole in the whole continent.
Right, boy, when it gets down to one water hole.
Boy.
Well, that's a tough.
That's a toughie.
How bad do you want to drink one?
goes.
Hey, how bad do you want to drink of water? But I go back to this again. You know what? At one time, they had 3 species of animals. One of them was down to 28. The other 2 were doing fine. What we did is we went to 3 species of animals down to 1. The Tasmanian devil, numbers rose to 1. We do know this for a fact. 100 Tasmanian devils can eat 3,000 baby penguins and ever how many of this other bird there was.
Yeah.
And they
They
can do
couldn't
it.
believe how easy it was.
They just don't think these things through.
How about Tasmanian devil? If you can't thrive on the Isle of Tasmania, then you don't get to be here.
You're done.
What's that island with the Gila monsters on it? Which one is that? Do you remember?
You're not talking about Galapagos. That's got the turtle. Komodo Island. It's called the Komodo dragon.
Man made that up.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Hey, this is a big deal today. It looks like the Vice President Kamala Harris has finally made a trip to the border. But, Bubba, first, we got an anniversary shout-out.
Rick, great friends of ours. I want to wish them a happy anniversary today. Betsy and Tim Carpenter, 32 years.
What? Two. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. 32 big ones.
What's wrong with you two?
Good friend of ours.
What?
We were laughing at the same thing and didn't know it.
I was looking down for what the next story was.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Rick. Today I got to pick up Braden from tennis, Caroline from a friend's house, and Maddie from horse camp.
Well, as soon as the show's over there, I'm headed to pick up my nephew.
Yeah. Hey, I do have all that on the list.
Right. So,
Rick
Vice President
places, Alabama Adventure.
Rick, Vice President Harris is scheduled to make her first trip to the border more than 90 days after being tapped for the role to head up that job. What, Greg? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Oh,
I'll tell you what.
If I'm the czar, if I'm in charge of a project, let's just say I'm in charge of the new space launch system. Okay,
all right.
SLS.
I can see
You're
that.
the czar.
I'm probably going to go to the factory where they're building it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to talk to the engineers, talk to the people who designed it, talk to the people working on it. Oh, I don't know, 3 or 4 days into that job.
yeah.
As soon as I can get my travel plan.
I'll give you a week.
Yep.
90 days. It's like
90.
I think this will be 92 when she finally gets there, which will be on Friday.
Do you remember
And I think the only reason, and she's saying it's not, but the only reason she's going is because Trump said he's going next week, and they had to get there before he did.
And then also with a Lester,
Holt.
Lester Holt calling her out. A lot of people.
Let me
think
tell
that had a
you,
bit to do
the
with it.
Lester Holt interview, the more I listen to it, the funnier it is. Where she goes, oh, we've been to the border. All been to the border. You ain't been to the border. I ain't been to Europe either. I don't get your point. No, you don't get our point, and that is the point.
That is the point. You're
You're not that smart.
Nobody made you ambassador to Europe.
No.
Okay, but we did put you in charge of the border.
And you have the means to get there immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a far little jump for you.
Let me tell you, and why? Look, let's just peel this back.
I've never been to Spain either.
Why do they not want her to go to the border? Because they know that the press corps will go with her, and they're going to take pictures of things they don't want to be seen.
And they're going to ask hard questions.
Right.
And they basically have had pretty much a media lockdown of the whole area down there since Biden went in. And you know, when Trump was there, they went and took pictures. Like, oh, we got kids in cages. Well, Trump didn't build the cages; Obama did.
Right.
They were just following the law that was already set up. So, and then the brilliance of the first day we go in, let's undo everything Trump did just because it was Trump, and now it has blown up on you. And you still cannot have the intestinal fortitude to admit what you did was wrong and go back to the way it was.
Exactly.
If I was them right now, I would start building more walls.
Oh, yeah.
And telling them, now, when you building the wall, that is the message you send to Central America. Don't come here, okay? And look, I'm all for addressing the issues in Central America. Why do these people feel that it's life and limb to get here to the U.S.?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not cold and callous and don't want to help those people. But we got to stop this leak before we can address the problems. And I think a lot more Republicans and conservatives would get on board with Joe Biden if he would go back and finish the wall and stop this letting everybody come in to wait on a case and then never showing up. Go back to the wait in Mexico policy, finish the wall, stop the grab and release format that we've been under. And I think other people would go with you and try to help you to solve this problem long term.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is it. Trump saying, I'm going to go down there and start telling everybody what's going on down there. If y'all don't get down there, hey, Kamala, we need you down there.
Buddy, hey, when he announced he was going, what did it take him 3 days to get her down there? And it's been 92?
Guys.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys. Y'all got to be smarter than this if you're at this level of government.
No shocker, Babylon B's weighed in.
Sure. Bring it, Rick, our representative from Babylon B. Go right ahead.
Kids in cages will disguise themselves as Black Lives Matter rioters in hopes of Kamala Harris freeing them.
Oh, that's good stuff. That may be the best one in a couple weeks.
Greg, listen to the first line.
That's funny.
First line of the article, because I don't even read the articles. The articles are even funnier than the headlines. Saying this is what they want. They want to disguise themselves as BLM rioters in hopes that Kamala Harris will free them. Unfortunately, Harris simply planted marijuana on them, locked them up forever, and made them start making license plates.
They covered a lot of ground.
Let's be honest. If you think about what she did, if you see her showing up and you're in a cage, she ain't letting you out.
No. I don't care if you got one of them silver blankets. Yeah. What's up with them silver blankets?
That's what they're giving them to stay warm. You know, they're just lightweight.
Doesn't look very warm.
Well, they're supposed to be pretty warm.
Yeah, I got.
They give them. They use them in survival stuff too.
Yeah,
well, the first same ones when you fall under and let the fire go over you.
It's it's kind of like a. I mean, it's about as thin as a Pop-Tart.
I know
cover.
it
doesn't look like it'd work, but they say it does.
It would make me uncomfortable. I'm going, oh no, they're wrapping us up like a baked potato. Oh no,
that's not a good sign.
No, this is not good.
Did y'all see where tech entrepreneur John McAfee was found dead hours after Spanish court approved his extradition to the U.S.? Now,
dang the luck.
He's McAfee. If anybody's been around a computer have heard the name McAfee before, he's the first antivirus protection software type stuff. Big deal. I mean, made millions and millions and millions of dollars. Yeah. But he didn't pay his taxes and moved to Spain. And then Spain said, "Look, we have an extradition treaty with the U.S. We're going to have to send you back."
Listen,
and he killed himself.
Have you ever read all the stuff he did that? The U.S. wanted him because he's one of those people. If you heard, and I knew a guy like this that claimed that it's actually illegal for the government to make you pay taxes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where they're getting that from.
They have to agree with you on that.
Well, he tried that, and then he's tied to somebody that died. He's got more baggage.
You talking about Al Pacino? Man, he looks like Al Pacino.
He does on.
He's a bird now, but he was a smart enough bird to come up with antivirus software.
Yeah,
early in the game.
You need to read the list of all the things that he's involved in. And of course, now the QAnon people are saying they're keeping him quiet, like Epstein and all that.
Oh yeah,
he supposedly had goods on somebody. But I remember years ago when his story first started. About there's somebody they're accusing him of having something to do with their death.
And it's not going to help. His wife, they were in a social media post. Where did I see that this morning?
Looks a lot like Al Pacino.
He looks.
Yeah.
Any given Sunday.
Where she said the U.S. government wants to extradite him so they can kill him.
Okay, see.
And then he decided to kill himself before he was extradited.
When's the last time our government killed anybody
that we know about?
Mm-hmm.
You mean straight up?
I'm not talking about the Clintons. All right, so Rick and Bubba. 29 minutes past the hour. All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls are next. The winner is ready to take them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have plenty of lines available, and we will take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll chat with you if you want to get in now. Any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
It wasn't a very complicated point that Lester was making.
Okay, let me tell you. One's the border, and one is another part of the world we have nothing going on.
Let me ask you this: if you're appointed to be the czar, you're going to head up this problem, and people are already being critical of you not going. Yeah. Shouldn't you develop a good reason and go, well, here's my reason?
At least use that.
Say, we're working on this, we're working on that, and just let it be. Not this bizarre, we've been to the border. You haven't been to the border. I haven't been to Europe. What's the point? I mean, good night.
I haven't been to the moon.
Huh?
Yeah, right. Of course, once again, Trump has gotten it done. Donald Trump was the only person that could get Kamala Harris to visit the border.
He's going to take credit again.
Yep. Right again, Greg. Proud of myself again.
Trying to show y'all.
Say what you want to. Trump can get things done.
Yeah, he can. He really can. That's probably the greatest compliment and asset he had. He got things done.
He got things done.
To the phones we go. 30 seconds of fire.
Directory systems, area code 212.
We start with Luke in Opelika, Alabama. He's got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Luke, go ahead. You're on. Go, Luke.
How about it, fellas? Hey. Monkey grass, green acres.
Yep.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, guys. All right, Bubba. So I work down here with your boy, Hunter. By the way, awesome young man. We love him here.
Great.
We are a place of great vision, service to others, and helping people with their dreams. We also have a lift chair on the back staircase going up to Hunter's office. I thought we could get you in it and see how many pieces of bacon you can knock out on the way up.
Bubba, there it is. You can go use that
they're
one.
into
Right there at
medical
Hunter's
fulfillment. So
you can go visit Hunter and ride the chair up to his office.
Why don't you do that?
Gosh, I didn't know
Hey,
they had one.
here I
now.
come, son.
I need to ask him about that.
Daddy's on his way. Daddy's coming up. Open
Daddy
the door.
coming up. Daddy coming up.
Daddy.
Greg's got a new shirt. Greg's got a new shirt on. All right, let's go to Calvin in Wilcox County. Calvin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead, 30 seconds.
Yes, I was wondering, I saw on the internet where Maryland had discovered 508,000 fraudulent unemployment benefits.
Yes.
Do you think that they will have them arrested or indicted because it's fraud, it's theft, or at least make them pay the money back?
There'll be some effort to do some of it, but I think it was pretty widespread, and a lot of it was instigated by China and Russia, I understand.
Really?
That they were funneling money that way.
Well, they're everywhere, aren't they?
You know, well, look, if I hear there's a handout, why not get in line like everybody else?
Yeah, they ain't counting. Just give it.
Lick Skillet checking in. Wally.
Mm-hmm.
Wally, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Just want to check up on the when we were going to reopen the golden ticket seats. Me and my wife was there for our 25th wedding anniversary, and we got our 40th coming up in a couple of weeks, and was wanting to come.
Well, I hope, if you didn't book it, we actually announced that several weeks ago that they had opened back up for July, and I think all those are full.
There's a couple out there.
Maybe a couple of seats. Go check it out. They're open for July right now.
We'll do it. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
RickandBubba.com. Click on contact, and then the golden ticket seats.
RickandBubba.com. Contact golden ticket seats. Go.
I heard they were canceling them.
well, not this year.
Enjoy everything you can while you.
Greg got a new shirt. Greg got a new shirt on. Let's go to Chris at Lake Martin. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
You got a new shirt.
Been trying to get in all week, talk about what I did for my dad for Father's Day, because the weather this past weekend, with it raining, I tried to take him to the gun range on Friday, and he absolutely loved it. Is there anything better time spent with your dad than shooting lead down range and the smell of gunpowder in there?
No, that's about as good as it gets right there, my friend. Enjoy it before Biden gets the guns.
Yep.
So there you go. Because you know what? We don't have any guarantee of that. Let's go to Jordan. Oh, we got a fire.
Well, you want a cannon? Can't have that either. A nuclear F-15. Come on.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, go ahead. Jordan?
Hey, monkey grass and green acres.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
I just got a quick question for Bubba. I just wanted to know if he sold the farm so he could pay for his flight on the to space.
Well, cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, sadly, the bidding price on that seat went way out of my range. So,
Yep, that's
matter of fact, it started out of my range.
It's a good time to sell, but it's not that good.
There is a story today about some kind of balloon that you can take right up to the edge of space and come back.
When that guy jumped on.
But it's cheaper is what I'm getting.
Yeah, but you're in a balloon.
Yeah,
I think it's a high-tech balloon, Greg. It's not what we.
Who's doing that?
I think it's a. I don't know.
I haven't seen that.
I was going to throw out.
Is it like that with that guy that jumped out? Something like that.
There it is.
Right there. Because that's where he was.
Oh yeah, I like that. I have to look at that. Is it in the show?
Bubba, I'd like to see him.
It's a lot cheaper, Bubba.
I'd like to see him strap Bubba in right beside old Bezos.
I would too.
I mean, cinch down right there. Boom.
Greg, I don't think you love it enough that there's a petition for him not to return to Earth.
That is funny. Just stay up there.
Well, look, as much as I've ordered from Amazon, I feel like I helped buy his seat.
Me too.
You know,
Tim in Florence, WLAY. Timmy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. This morning, the reason I'm calling you about the Kamala Harris thing, about her not visiting the border. One of the reasons why is the Trump supporters during their rally, when they were heading down to Texas, Texas actually escorted Kamala Harris and Biden out, flying Trump flags all around. And I think that's why she's too scared to go back down there is because she knows there's Trump supporters down there. Of course, we're harmless. There ain't nobody going to bother her, but
they got enough Secret Service. They ain't worried about that. But I'm telling you, they don't want those pictures out of what's going on down there.
If y'all remember, I know you weren't allowed to say it, but some press members actually did, that when Obama was the president, the press began to complain that when they were taken there, the Obama administration limited where they could and couldn't go.
Oh, yeah.
Do y'all not remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And so Kamala Harris has got the same problem. The vice president is like, this whole freedom of the press thing, if we go, they'll follow me down there, and here we go.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kevin in Warrior. Kevin, go ahead, 30 seconds. How about it?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you, buddy. Glad you did. Monkey grass to you. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to call real quick. Bubba, I've actually got 2 sets of lift chairs in my house and a new 18-foot pull-behind camper sitting in my driveway, so you're more than welcome to come look at both.
You know what? You're ready.
Well, you got everything Bubba's
They
talking about.
They call that the Bubba sale.
Let me tell you, one of the first problems is I still have a truck in the shop that I've got to get out, and then we'll go from there.
You put cheese straws out there in a few bowls, you got it.
You go in Mook's meal.
That and some goat drop cookies. I see it at lunch.
Tell you one thing, stand by, Bubba's a coming. To Chris in Pensacola.
Hey, that man's got it all.
Chris,
living the dream.
Looking forward to being in Pensacola on August 14th. It's going to be awesome. Hope you'll make plans to be with us.
Man, we're going to try our best too. Guys, I was told by the missus this morning, I'm like, she got the COVID vaccine yesterday. Her second shot on Tuesday, I should say. I'm sorry. And she told me on July 1st, you're actually going to be have to pay for them. So I'm like, okay. So I had to tell Rick about this. I'm like, that's not going to be a good way to get people to get these vaccinations. And like you guys have talked about before, they're not doing a very good job selling these things if they want us to get them vaccinated.
So you got to start paying for it on July 4th?
Yep.
First, I mean?
Yep, on July 1st.
Wow.
Is that true? Or
I don't know if that's true or not. I mean,
I haven't heard that, but that doesn't mean it's not.
I mean, I don't know why Chris would be a lie and a wank.
That may be them trying to get them to go ahead and do it now.
Yeah. Well, they're trying all kinds of stuff.
They're trying to make that deadline for Uncle Joe for the
they really
4th of July so bad, and they ain't going to make it.
There's Uncle Joe. He's moving kind of slow at the junction. Let's go
at the White House.
Matthew in Decatur, 100
or somewhere in Connecticut.
Right. 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, so recently one of the football players in the NFL has come out as gay.
Yep.
And I wanted your opinion. Why is it so heroic? And how are you a hero if you come out as gay? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, I thought if we've gotten to the point that this is, it's pretty well accepted. It's pretty normal. I mean, it's not like something unique. I agree with that. I think, I don't know this person, but I will tell you this: with all the environment that we're living in, though, if you're a third team, position player on the team, it might make it harder to get rid of you for political correct reasons and image. I mean, we had what's Jeff's last name? The coach Titans, coach the Rams.
Fisher.
I mean, Coach Fisher said in the Michael Sam deal, he was absolutely pressured to keep him on the team. He was 100% pressured to be sure he made the roster, so that the NFL wouldn't be accused. I got news for you. Coaches, general managers, and fans of a team, they couldn't care less if the guy's gay or straight if he scores touchdowns and makes tackles and does the job on the field. So to say that if you're a great player, you're somehow undermined, you're not. Now, if you're an average player and you bring a lot of drama and press and we have to work around your never-ending political statements a la, the quarterback's name? Cap. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be bring drama, then you have to be so good no one cares. But does this put him into a, if I'm borderline, I'm likely to be kept and gotten rid of?
Because I don't have to answer questions about it?
Yeah. I think he's much harder to cut now.
Yeah, today's
that's just that may not be fair, but it's reality. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes now till the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. Thanks for being with us. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, so glad to have them working not only with the show, but in our individual lives. I mean, we use them. That's who we use. If you'd like to get a free thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business with no obligation, even though we think you should use them. I think you'll love them. All you have to do is go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com to get all the information you need, or you can simply go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them under the sponsors button. Their termite protection is the best in the business. They work with Centricon, the Centricon system, to build a fortress around your property to keep the termites out. But they also can help you with any problem with pests and rodents. They are the best in the business. A new home construction, they'll help you too. So go now to cookspest.com. You can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Control. Our footage of the Miami condo is now in.
Security camera footage has been published,
Yeah, so now we can kind of see what happened.
Watch us across the road.
Yeah, right there, Adler's showing you with the arrow for those of you that are watching us on
It was
YouTube.
a bigger collapse than I thought. I thought it was just the end of the building, but it was like 2/3 of the building.
It looks just like they're demolishing a building.
Yeah, because the middle section fell out on its own, and then the end section fell in on it.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I can't believe, I just can't fathom that there's not more people killed or hurt.
We just
after
hadn't
this.
heard yet.
Well,
they said there's 51 people unaccounted for so far.
Okay, that's more deaths.
I'm gonna throw. This is awful what I'm about to say, but I read this earlier too that they can hear people screaming for help underneath.
They're trying to get
rubble
to
as they're trying to get to them. So it's a rough deal, and there'll be more than just the one. Probably by the time this is hashed out.
Jerry Ham's getting a serious voice.
Well, Greg's a pretty serious situation.
It is, but I'm glad you went with that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you have to go with that voice before everybody starts throwing in.
Y'all been in this room the last hour? Purple shirt?
It's easier. It's easier when Greg's
stair
busy.
lift.
I don't know if you've noticed.
I know.
He's got paperwork to do.
Yeah, right. So I didn't realize this one over here on the far right goes down too.
How about that?
You know something?
Y'all, I can't believe that building just collapsed.
I can't think that a structure failure could make it collapse. You know what I'm saying? You realize how many points had to fail?
Well, what it looks like,
maybe all of them fall that way, but why then? Why at that moment? What 2 pounds went too far?
Exactly.
Well,
that doesn't make sense.
You said it earlier, and you heard you and Bubba talking about when y'all were watching this in the break. It looks like the way we demolish buildings. When we demolish buildings by what? Setting off charges at certain
they
places.
collapse right on top of themselves.
Yeah.
That's
so there.
Something's up. We don't know that whole story yet.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's going to be a higher death toll.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
You know what I thought? You know what I think I saw when I looked at the far right, because that's making a lot of noise. You can see like people that have lights on, and it looks like I can see people moving around, blocking the light. Then it opens again, like they're moving around. Like, oh my gosh, hey, but they're about to go for a ride.
That's a mess.
Then that is tough. Did you see, Greg? I know this is your area because it's NASCAR. That Jeff Gordon is leaving Fox's NASCAR booth to play a bigger role with the Hendricks Motorsports.
He's going to be the number 2 guy at Hendrick, right behind Rick Hendrick.
How about that?
So
did they set him up?
So not driving, but management.
Okay. Yeah. So he was in on like when they brought Jimmy Johnson. He was like part owner of that car and all this over the years. And they say I think he had some kind of role with them now, but they're elevating him up there right behind the old number 1 spot.
So, to me, that looks like he'll now be the person in waiting to take over Hendrick.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So will we be having to talk to Jeff Gordon about our automobiles?
Might have to.
Huh? So
maybe not that part.
He's one of these people again that we think he's like knows who we are, and he really doesn't. Because he's been on the show a few times. We always had fun with him, a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't Speedy ride in the car with him?
Around the track.
Yeah, talking to him. And
tell Speedy to call him, ask him what's happening.
What do you think Speedy's vacation is going okay?
Yeah,
I mean I know he was.
No news is good news on vacation.
Yeah, that feels good.
I've been texting.
Got a little
this morning.
sun and sand and watched a little ball.
Yeah, but he's very fair skinned.
He sent one earlier and said and we were kind of surprised by it because he was raised at the beach, but he said it reminded him why he doesn't like the beach.
Yeah, he's not a huge beach guy.
Well, I'm with him on that. I'm fair skinned too, and the beach can be kind of miserable.
No, it can be. It can be
between sand in your crack. Your shoulders burnt.
Well, I'm at the point now that if I go to the beach, and it really drives Sherry crazy because I'm so adamant about this, I must have the umbrella. I must have the chair. I must have the chair with the umbrella over me.
The days of sunbathing.
I can't just sit out here in the sun. We can't do this. This can't happen. And I got to be close enough that breeze is coming on me. You know.
Well, he'll be back tomorrow. We'll get a nice little recap.
Yep.
Is Speedy back on this show
He's
tomorrow?
coming tomorrow, yeah.
Is in here?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We're a little short-handed. He's got to come help.
Well, I mean, that's
he said he was going to stay until Bubba decided he was going to fly to Washington.
Yeah, he was going to
just stay.
Yeah, I mean,
he really is coming.
I'm flying American. I don't know if I'm going or not.
It was always the plan for him to come back on.
Hey, I'm flying American. I don't know if I'm going or not.
You ain't going
That's true, Bubba. You probably got plenty of time to do the show.
I may be back at 7.
Bubba, have you? the headline says it all Hubble trouble. Have you figured out what's going on with Hubble?
You know, I haven't talked with anybody that really knows what's going on with this thing, but we did the story the other day, and they think the main computer on it may have bombed out. But now, Rick, think this is probably 1980 technology. I don't know what kind of computer's on it. We were joking about a Commodore 64. It may not be that good.
Well, NASA says they can't figure out what's causing computer issues on the telescope. They can't figure it out. I mean, you might need to weigh in.
Look, the Hubble, he's been above and beyond Call of Duty.
Yeah.
They got more out of that than they ever thought they would.
Greg, I know, but I mean,
it did really good after they put the glasses on it so it could see.
Which
by
funny.
the way, how in the world did that ever happen?
I know. Some smart person.
I got an idea.
The computer was built in the 1980s and launched in 1990. And a minute ago, I mean, in the story we had earlier, they were bragging about the 64K memory blocks it had on it.
Let me tell you what's funny. Paul Hertz, and he's the director of all kinds of really, really things you have to be really, really smart to be the director of.
Yeah.
He said, here's the inefficiency problem we're having. We're trying to fix something that's orbiting 400 miles over our head instead of here in the laboratory.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
Yeah,
here's the good news. We got SpaceX. They're launching another rocket today, by the way. They're doing about one a week.
They're that favorite rocket they got?
Yeah, the Falcon 9.
The old Falcon 9.
Look, why don't we just get a rescue mission, go up there and work on it again?
You going up there?
Yes, get up there and catch it. Huh?
Clean its glasses off.
Figure out what's
Put
wrong
a new
with
battery on it. Let her go.
We need another picture of Saturn. Come on, bring it.
That picture of Saturn's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is.
How about all the pictures from that thing?
All right, well, thanks for being with us. We're wrapping up another hour for most of you another day. But if you got more Rick and Bubba, I'm not sure how you're consuming this content. If you got more, then the top of the hour, and Lord willing, we'll be back. You can find out everything you want to know about the show, all the content options and everything at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.